in accordance with House Rule 67 and the Governor's Emergency Order Number 12. Pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing of bills referred to the Education Committee. Executive session on pending legislation may be held. This is an executive session, and executive session will be held. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate. There will be no participation of the public during an executive session by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the website. The notice of this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email House Committee Services at hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to listen to the meeting, there will be no hearings during this meeting at this time. I will be when we go into hearing later on, reading this again this afternoon. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us. Jennifer Ford, committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting should be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there's anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Madam Clerk.
Good morning, everyone. Representative Cordelli.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Bone.
Here, committee room.
Representative Allard.
Here.
Representative Lakis.
Here.
Representative Moffett.
In the house.
Representative Hodgson.
Here.
Representative Andrus.
Here, home alone in Salisbury.
Representative Ford.
Here, alone in my office.
Representative Land.
Here with the rest of the committee.
Representative Sodi.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Myler.
He's not here.
Who's just here? There he is.
No.
He's muted.
Sorry, I'm here in Kentucky in my home office by myself.
Morning. Representative Luno.
Reporting from Hopkinton.
Representative Shaw here in committee room. Representative Cornell.
I'm here at home.
Representative Tanner.
I'm here at home with my rescue dog, Raven.
Representative Ellison.
I think we just lost him.
Can you see his face?
Come back to
We lost him.
Come back.
Oh, no, what was that?
Representative Mullen.
I am here in my basement studio.
Representative Lay.
I am home in Jaffrey and I am alone.
Representative Woodcock.
I'm here in my basement.
I think we just lost Rep. Mel.
You're muted, Steve, you're muted.
She's there. She responded, but we could barely hear her.
Representative Ellison. He's here, but he's not. And Representative Woodcock is here also, I believe.
Well, let's do it.
Both up there.
Representative Ellison, did you unmute your machine?
Yes, I did. I'm present alone in my home in Concord. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock. He disappeared. Representative Blatt.
There is no audio.
The audio?
Representative Woodcock, I
can't
see
hear
you.
you.
Did you unmute yourself?
Yes, he did, but he can't hear.
Yeah.
He can't hear us.
Carter.
Does he have headphones in?
No,
Nope, okay.
Does he have his volume turned down?
he's
Oh, that's
going to
a-
check
yeah.
on something. But yeah, I flashed a paper that said, is there audio?
Oh, is that what that said? I couldn't
Yeah.
read it, okay.
Representative Woodcock, can you hear us now? No, it doesn't look like he's hearing us. Does he?
Where did Jen?
Okay, and for the record, I'm audio, that's correct, thank you. No audio.
Yeah, here, it's just gonna flash
Okay,
him.
can we have one of the tech persons or somebody call him and try to work that through?
So he's on the phone with someone, all right.
Okay, and I heard my name called, Madam Clerk, that Representative Ladd is here in the LOB. We are trying to call and make connection with
Hold on one second.
Representative Woodcock.
I'll text Jen.
I have just spoken to him, Mr. Chair.
And did you?
I indicated to him that the audio problem was on his end and he has now fixed it.
Can you hear us?
That's good.
I saw the finger up there. Is that up?
Thanks, Sue.
Thank you.
Yay,
Thank
yay,
you. Good,
okay.
good job. Okay, so we're all here. I'd like to go ahead with the first bill on the executive session. I will also advise folks that I probably will jump around with some of these bills. We have some fiscal notes which are mixed in amongst others, which are not necessarily early bills. We're going to try to get these early bills handled. So the first bill on the docket today is HB 609, and I recognize Representative Likas for a motion.
I would like to move HB 609 ought to pass.
And is there a second? Representative Leon.
Second.
And Representative Leon seconds the motion. Representative Likas, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. I would love to see this passed. There's been a lot of misinformation circling around, and I just wanted to hit on a couple of those points to clear them up. I have heard that this ignores or doesn't listen to or bypasses the educators, and this actually starts with the educators. This might be the teachers say, we've got a great idea, come to the principal, can we do this? And the principal says, yeah, but there's this regulation that you know, that's preventing us from doing that. So with this, he can say, but there's a process now for how to go about getting a waiver for it. So they can together come up with their plan. The other thing is that I hear is that the collective bargaining agreement will be bypassed. Well, this is in the planning part of this, and it's just to say, okay, if you're going to plan this, you got to make sure you got all your ducks in a row and everything works. For instance, if you're thinking, okay, as part of our plan, we're going to change the hours of operation or change the start and end date of the school, and you don't need a waiver for that, but that might be in your collective bargaining agreement. So this gives you the opportunity to go, before you do all the long process, you go to your collective bargaining unit and you say, hey, we have this idea, but we're going to need to change this. What do you think? And they can say, well, we'll poll our members and see what they say. It's a check-in is what it is, not a we're going to replace this, but a check-in to make sure that they're not going against it. And if they are, that everybody's with them. And even as you go through the process, that get plans done, cool. Go before the school board, cool, they like it. Take it to the DOE. The DOE, all they can say is yes or no, we grant the waivers. They can't say, you have to do this. That's not what this is about. All it's doing is enabling the school to do what they want to do, right? So the teachers can do what they want to do. Because we keep hearing, well, the reason charter schools do so much better than traditional public schools is because they don't have to follow all these onerous regulations. Well, this is here so they can say, okay, can we please just not do this one or two so that we can do this awesome plan that we've come up with. That's all this is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Representative. Does the second who made the motion, or second the motion, Representative Leon, have any discussion to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe Representative Lekis hit most of the points. I do know that having the ability to have innovation would have helped our schools find new solutions to meet the needs this year during COVID. Perhaps there's so many different ways that they could have addressed the needs of both the teachers and the students had this been enabled and been enacted. And I believe that allowing our schools to ask for this flexibility, which is not forced upon them, will benefit our teachers and our students. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's now open to discussion on the floor. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Happy now that you folks can hear me. I'd like to speak against 609. I offer this as a teacher, a former department chair, and a former principal. HB 609 really is a bill that is not needed. The bill presents itself as legislation that would provide the opportunity for innovation in public schools. However, when I questioned the prime sponsor a week ago regarding innovation, and I asked him, was he aware of any public school that could not innovate or was not allowed to innovate? His answer was no. New Hampshire has been the incubator for many innovative schools. And according once again to the sponsor, and we call them charter schools. 33 of those incubators have arisen. This bill seems to me, anyhow, to be an attempt to break teachers' associations. If you notice on page 2, section 3B, it indicates that. This bill also, and more particularly, lacks definition in many places as regards the term public school. Let me give you an example. This is quite straight from the bill. Each public school that would be affected by the plan will have the opportunity to participate. Oh, what does that actually mean? This is just one of the several places of lack of clarity. I just heard the representative speak about teachers included. I do not see in that bill, unless I missed it, anywhere where it identifies teachers specifically included. I don't see it anywhere. I may be wrong. There seems to be little oversight, lack of local control, except for that initial approval by the school board. And I may have missed a physical note, but I didn't see one, and I apologize if I missed it. And finally, Mr. Chairman, this bill in my mind is yet just another anti-public education bill. We have wonderful, creative, innovative teachers in our schools all across the state. And to present this bill seems to me to be an affront to that faculty. They are working above and beyond, especially now, and they're innovating every day, trying to make our students successful during this crazy year of the hybrid instruction. I suggest you again, Mr. Chair, this bill is not needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Woodcock. Further discussion?
Representative Myler and Shaw.
Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just underscore some of the things that Representative Woodcock said. In bills like this that have been taking place across the country, the little states that do have them, there is clearly a guarantee of teacher involvement in the creation of an innovative school. This bill absents that, notwithstanding Representative Lekis's comments. If in fact you really want teachers involved in this process, that should be part of the bill, which it's not right now. The other thing that I think we need to realize is that there's a presumption here, perhaps, that there's not innovation going on in schools. That's entirely incorrect. One of the reasons why our state has been ranked in the top 5, top 3 in the country is because of innovation. We have kept up with the needs of students, with the needs of technology, etc. This bill is not needed. If in fact a local school district wanted to have, quote, an innovative school, they could create a charter school. That is currently in law. This bill really is not needed at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Myler. Representative Shaw.
Yes, I signed on to this bill, and because I'm an innovative person, I like change, I like things that are good for kids, but after, and I apologize to the prime sponsor, I cannot support it at this time, because I've been thinking seriously about it, and points that Representative Woodcock brought up, I was going to elaborate on, but it's fine. And what Representative Myler just said about the innovation, really, we have had schools in our city that have adopted programs of specific innovation and have operated in that way, Parker Varney School and a couple of others. So I will not support it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Shaw. Further discussion? Is there anybody present here that wants, we have a request from Representative Likas again, but that would be the second time she would have discussed. Representative Tanner.
And Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, Representative Woodcock mentioned, and I noticed that I don't have a fiscal note for this particular bill either. Could someone explain why there's no fiscal note and what might be estimate?
Or do you want to respond to it later? Representative Likas.
Yeah, I was going to touch on a couple of those points. One of them is there's no fiscal note because there can't be. It's an innovation. We don't know what it's going to be. So there's no way of being able to assign a cost. There might be no cost. There might be a cost saving. We don't know. It depends upon what the school wants to do. Number two, it says, as far as who, it says a public school. Well, who is the majority of a public school? It's the teachers, right? They're the majority and the most important part of a public school. So to me, that's built into a public school is the teachers and the staff and everybody. So that's all of the people at the public school may come up with this. There was, what was the other? Sorry, there was one more point that you guys had made that I was going to explain why it's worded the way it is. Oh, I know what it was. Not all schools want to become charter schools. They don't want to make the big change. They just want a waiver for a few things. And this is more a procedure than anything to help with how you would go about doing that, to make it easier to say, do this and then this and then this, to make it easier to be able to lay out a plan and make sure you've hit all the points. In order to waive just a few things, in order to have a plan that the teachers and administrators would like to try in their school.
Thank you very much, Representative Likas, for responding regarding that fiscal question.
Ellison had his hand raised.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to get some more clarification, if I can, on the collective bargaining issue that's been brought up. It would seem to me that if a school decided, or a community wanted to go with an innovative school, and wanted to pay teachers less than what was in the collective bargaining agreement at this point, that the entire package would have to go back to the bargaining unit, which would be the teachers, to be voted upon. I just want to be sure that that's the understanding.
It's to respond to that, Representative Ellison. It's my understanding that in the bill, it specifies that the collective bargaining agreement in effect for personnel at the public school that would need to be waived in the public school, waived or modified for the public school to implement its intended or identified innovation. So that, as I'm reading it, that would have to come back to the collective bargaining agreement, and that would have to be waived by the folks involved with the collective bargaining agreement prior to moving forward. I'll go ahead and recognize Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that point, I would say that it's in that section of the legislation as a matter of transparency. As part of the plan, if the administration has negotiated anything with the bargaining unit, it should be part of the plan so that the school board knows about it. There's a public hearing, everybody knows about it. It's transparency, that's why it's there. Secondly, in terms of the fiscal note, this is basically enabling legislation. It's enabling a school district to request waivers. That's simply it. I would think that the situation we're in over the next decade, looking at enrollment declines of 20,000 or more students, school districts are going to have to change and modify. This bill will enable them to do that,
Don't need that.
to get waivers from current rules so that they can innovate and also realize cost savings as we approach or as we're in the midst of a declining enrollment in the state due to demographics.
We have Rep. Lay and Rep. Cornell after.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point in time on this bill, I want to make it clear that we have not received a fiscal note regarding this from DOE. Who was next?
Rep. Lay and then Cornell.
Okay, Representative Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to make sure I understand. So I know my colleague Representative Likas said that teachers could propose this, etc. Could conceivably a single or two people who are not educators at all or are not teachers, let's say, propose this and persuade the school board to go ahead with it without consulting teachers in advance? Can they do that? It's a yes or no.
Representative Cordelli.
Or whomever, yeah, whoever has.
Yeah, clearly in the bill, there is a local planning process. Any plan that is originated has to go through the school board and a public hearing.
Wasn't the question.
That's, again, the question is though, can a plan be proposed without having prior consultation with the teachers? Yes or no?
I would think that any plan proposed by anyone in the school is going to go through the administration and the school board.
So therefore, the teachers do not need to be consulted. Is that correct?
Union approval?
Pardon?
Is that what you're requesting, that a plan has to get union approval? Is that?
I didn't say union. I'm not saying union. I'm just asking teachers.
I'm
just asking teachers, Mr. Representative Cordelli.
Okay, let's go on with.
I'm not, excuse me.
Yes.
I'm not finished.
No, I was going to say if you had another question.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I do. If a plan is put forward and receives Department of Education approval and they're allowed to go forward, can the bargaining unit or the agent representing the employees in the school district affected or whose contract may have provisions modified or waived, can they thereby reject it and thereby halt the plan?
Yes, go ahead.
There are several steps in the process.
Yeah.
School board approval, a public hearing. As part of that process, it goes to the Department of Education for review and comment, and any suggestions on improving the plan. I think we heard testimony from, was it the department or the Board of Education, that they have no ability to okay a plan that affects a bargaining unit without agreement on the part of the bargaining unit, because it goes through the department, then to the State Board of Education, where there is another public hearing before the State Board votes on the waiver request.
So in other words, if there is no prior, let's say, agreement on modifying or waiving provisions of a collective bargaining agreement, let's just say the plan was put forward without the prior agreement in place with the bargaining unit agent, then therefore the bargaining unit could still simply afterwards, by rejecting the proposal, halt the plan. Is that correct? I'm just trying to make sure I understand the process here.
I think your assumption is that the administration and the school board are going to go forward with a plan that modifies the collective bargaining agreement without going back and negotiating that change. I think you, in that case, you would have issues with the Department of Labor as well, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think it would be foolish to go ahead and do it, although I have seen stranger things in this world, so I cannot rule it out. I have one other just question here, and that is at the end of the bill, or near the end of the bill, the department finds the innovation plan performance is not satisfactory. They shall notify the local board and the state board. What are the metrics that are to be used if rules are being waived? In other words, to measure whether or not an innovation is succeeding or not.
Go ahead.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are several things mentioned in the plan, excuse me, in the legislation. I think the metrics are what is put forward in the plan. What are the expectations in the plan that has been approved? Are they expecting cost savings? Are they expecting greater achievement scores? Those types of things. And that's what you'd be looking at, is going back to the plan. What did the plan wish to accomplish? And those would be the metrics that you look at.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Rep. Cornell,
Rep. Cornell.
and then Mike.
I just want to speak to Rep. Woodcock's statement that it's not needed because New Hampshire allows innovation. I just want to mention Manchester High School West STEAM program, which is an innovative program within West High School where students apply to be in it. And it has partnerships with local community colleges, local businesses, and it's an innovative program that emphasizes STEM subjects within the school. So all it needed was school board approval to do that. There was no legislation needed to do that. And they still have to do the requirements for graduation and meet everything else, but it's a concentration within the school. So I don't think this legislation is needed in order to do this. It's just the willingness of the school to get together and plan it. That's all.
Thank you. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to ask for a point of clarification, I guess, from Representative Cordelli. On page 4 of the original legislation, in the section that is entitled on line 19, Innovation Plans Waiver of Regulatory Requirements, Roman 1 says, upon the designation of an innovation school or school zone, the state board shall waive compliance with any administrative rules specified at the local district level. That, to me, Representative Cordelli, is a very broad statement. And I'm wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on whether or not this means that once an innovative plan is adopted, then the state board will automatically waive all aspects of administrative rules for the local school district. Is that correct?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks for the question. I do not believe that is correct. The plan that is put forward for approval at the local board, department, and state board level indicates the regulations that are to be waived. And that is what is being addressed in the section that you referenced.
Thank you. Further question, Representative Mullen?
Just a follow up to that. So Representative Cordelli, when it says the administrative rules specified in the local district plan, is that in reference to the innovative school plan, or is it the local district plan for the delivery of public education?
It is in the innovation plan put forward by the local board.
Okay, thank you. That was unclear.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Representative Alloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to state that I do support this bill, and I support it because I find it rather innocuous. I don't see it as a threat to anything that's going on currently, and it may open the doors for further innovation down the road. Having said that, I would also want to acknowledge the points made by Representative Woodcock and Representative Myler, that there is no shortage of innovation currently ongoing in New Hampshire schools, and there's something to be proud of. This bill just gives someone the opportunity to keep that ball rolling.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And this is probably more of a point of information, but I was wondering if we could have the results or the tallies on the what I would sort of refer to as the blue sheets, and my second part of my point of information is how do members of the public have access to the blue sheets and to the list of people that are signed up to testify? I know we've got a hearing coming up this afternoon.
The blue sheets are, if you're talking about for hearings that are coming up, we will be provided that information around noontime on the most current. They're constantly changing. So rather than getting a sheet at this moment, we prefer to receive that and have asked to receive the most current information we have prior to starting the hearing.
No, the blue sheet I'm talking about is on 609 relative to this bill.
Part of the record.
What's that?
They're all part of the record. The number
And
of
so could you read out that number, because we don't have access to it?
we do not have that file in front of us right now. That is upstairs as we've had in the past. We've had that available to us, but electronically we have not been provided that information here. It is available and we will get that to you.
But isn't that important before a vote?
Yes, and we read the results following the hearing, so you should have that information.
And what were those results?
You should have that information. They were read. I don't have those results in front of me, but they were read. So I think that's the best we can answer that question at this time.
Okay, and then how do members of the public have access to this information? And particularly people that are signed up to testify, since that's a related.
Representative Luna, we have had our hearing. The public has had the opportunity to register their positions. This is an executive session which deals with this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Has his hand raised. Woodcock.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on Representative Luno's question, I'd be very interested to know, and I don't have the count. It would seem to me that the clerk would have the count from the last meeting. I think on all our bills, it would be wonderful for us and the public to know what the yes, no, and neutral are, particularly us on Zoom who aren't there. So if it's possible to get that from the clerk before the vote, it'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock, you can get that information directly from the clerk of the House. Paul Smith has all that information available.
He raised.
Mr. Chair, I have an answer to that question.
Excuse me, hold on a second, please. Is Paul Smith available to answer that question?
Yes, he has his hand raised.
I'm going to recognize the clerk of the House, Paul Smith.
1 second, I'm promoting him. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. The question has come up about the blue sheets and that sort of thing. So to be clear, we are continually working on this project because, as you know, we're living in a different time here, and everything we're doing is sort of rewriting the book. That being said, the list of people testifying and those signing the blue sheets are in fact the same. And we are now going to be, because of how we're doing this and the fact that we have had so many people continue to sign up during the hearings and that sort of thing, we have changed the process such that anybody who is seeking to sign up needs to do so by 8 o'clock the morning of the hearing. And that is when the chair will get the list for the day. That being said, just as in a normal setting, when we have public hearings and members of the public wish to testify from the audience, they are allowed to raise their hands from the audience position in this case, and they will be able to be called on by the chair in that setting. The blue sheet practice in the past has been that usually at the end of the public hearing, the chair reads the numbers or the persons who signed in, stating their positions for the record. In some of those instances, we have had, many hundreds of people signing up, some from as far away as California and the like, and registering their opinions, and they have been reading those numbers into the record. As far as the list being available, we are working on how to make that available to the entire public. The information is going to be readily available to all members of the committee. I do have just on this particular bill, I was able to pull up and do a quick tally. And again, this is very quick, but it looks like there were about 48 opposed and 1 in favor of those that did register on the bill. So I did want to just clarify that we are continuing to work on this to make this more available to you as the committee, but also to the public as well.
Thank you very much,
Can I clarify?
Mr. Smith. Yes, go ahead, Representative Hobbs.
Thank you for taking my question. Mr. House Clerk, I am wondering, you said, for clarification, did you say that we will now be asked to call on people from the audience? In a regular hearing, would that not have been the case? I'm just.
So Representative Hobson, to be clear, in a normal situation, a member from the audience could fill out a pink card and send it up to the committee chair and be allowed to participate. Because of the form that we have been using for signups has been sort of a live document that's been updated. It's been changing the order in which people are getting, and unfortunately, the chairs have a static document, and so there have been people that have not been called on. So, in order to make that policy more uniform, we are asking that all members who are wishing to testify on legislation do so ahead of the hearing, and that list will be provided to the chair. And then as the public hearing is going on, any member of the public may raise their hand, and it is up to the chair at the appropriate time after going through the list to recognize those persons.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. I'm ready to get back to this bill that we're discussing right now, HB 609. Further, Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually had a question for the clerk of the House, if I could, just a follow-up.
Is it regarding this bill?
It is regarding, yes, it is in regards to this bill, yes.
Mr. Smith, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So you stated that the sign-up sheet on this bill was currently, I believe you said 48 opposed and 1 in support.
That is correct. The quick tally that I was able to just do a very quick count off the top of my screen here. That's what I came up with.
And so that's just from today.
No, sir. That would be from those that signed up on the I'm sorry, yes, for the for
today, not for the hearing that was held last week on this bill.
This would have been from last week. The other thank you for actually clarifying this, because I do want to clarify as well that we are now also closing off the blue sheet the day of the hearing. Prior to basically yesterday, people had the ability to log in and continue to update their opinions after the hearing had been concluded. As you know, we don't allow for that during the normal course of the hearing. So we have amended our policy to the day of the hearing. By midnight of the day of the hearing, we are going to close off the blue sheet so that people cannot continue to sign up.
So I thought I heard 8 a.m.
No, I'm sorry. So testifying and blue sheet is different things. So if somebody is wishing to testify, they have to get their testimony, their pink card filled out by 8 a.m. the day of. The blue sheet will remain open for people to register their opinions through the hearing to the conclusion of the hearing day.
And then just one final question, if I might, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So the blue sheet, quote unquote, blue sheet from last week's hearing on HB 609, I believe the numbers were read at the end of the hearing, but is there any way, if it's been updated and allowed, that it's been open for people to sign in either in support or in opposition to the bill, is there any way that we as a committee can check on what that update was? What the final tally was before that was closed off.
The short answer is I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how many had signed in at that time, or if people did sign in afterward. So if the clerk has the number in her record, I'm not entirely sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Lay and Mr. Smith.
And I am just seeing, I'm sorry that the chair has texted me that he has got completely different numbers than I do, because he has a much greater form than I do. So and I am just looking at a snapshot. So he has a much more complete list. So again, thank you for that, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to try to move on to discussion beyond this particular point. I think we've been given a thorough explanation by the House Clerk. We've had opportunity to ask questions of him. We're going to move on now. Are there any other positions from folks who have not yet had an opportunity to discuss? Then I'm going to call and
We have Rep. Myler.
Yeah, I do have a clarification just on the last point. My notes indicated that you read at the end of the session last time that there were 20 that supported this bill and 400 that were opposed. That's what my notes say. I stand to be corrected, but that's what my notes say.
I do not have that information in front of me, so that you presented that, so it'll be part of the record. Going forward now, if there's no other person that has any further discussion on that, who has already had an opportunity, I'm going to ask that the clerk move forward with identifying the bill and going forward with the vote.
This is a vote on ought to pass. I just want to say something in my defense.
Oh, no, we got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This has been extremely confusing because I have not had a lot of this information given to me or anything. So what I'm going to do from now on is make sure that I keep a record after the meeting. So if this question comes up at executive commit, I will have whatever the chairman reads. I had no idea that this was going to be something that people were going to be asking after at executive session. So from now on, I will have a record after each hearing that we have, so that this will be readily available for you.
So with that, thank you. So we're going to move ahead here with House Bill 609. This is an act relative to the innovation schools. We have a motion on the floor, ought to pass, presented by Representative Likis, and second by Representative Leon. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Yes. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bone,
Yes.
Representative Ballard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Bluno,
No.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Lay,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Blatt,
Yes.
11 to 9.
Well, we will have a minority report, and Representative Woodcock will provide that report to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Myler.
Will do, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Representative Woodcock, what we're trying to do is get those committee reports, once called blurbs, in as soon as you can get them, please. If you take 24 hours, that's fine. Send it electronically to me. And the same to Representative Likis, who is a majority report. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just clarification. Do you want that sent to your legislative email or a different one?
Yeah, send it to the legislative account that I have, ledge.state.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And these reports are then read by myself, as Representative Myler has done in the past, and signed off, and then it's sent to our research people to look for technical type issues, maybe in wording, etc. And then it goes on to the clerk and the Speaker of the House, where the Speaker looks them over, and then they're put in the calendar.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will move on to our next bill that's going to come up today, and I'm jumping to another fiscal note, which we have, HB 497. 497 is a bill which exempts the Chief Administrative Officer. I recognize Representative Leon for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move House Bill 497 in expedient to legislate.
And Representative Bohm for a second, and Representative Bohm second. So we have a motion on the floor on HB 497 as ITL, made by Representative Leon and second by Representative Bohm. Representative Leon, do you have discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill was brought forth, and it appears to mainly represent just one school district that has interest in doing this. We heard from the School Administrators Association that this is not actually needed, that there is already a good market for the superintendents, and that this is not actually something that is needed across the state. This is something where perhaps with innovation schools, this could be a waiver to allow a superintendent to have a waiver from this compulsory, from the participation in the retirement system.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Bohm, you made the second. No, thank you. Is there discussion amongst other members of the committee? Representative Lake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would simply note that I would support the motion of inexpedient to legislate on this. The New Hampshire retirement system, although it took no position, made clear that while an employee's contributions can be moved, the employer's contributions cannot. Those go into the broader base state account. And I just don't think that this is necessary at this time. Nothing prevents a school district right now from offering to a potential superintendent, not just simply the contribution into the NHRS, but to offer an additional contribution into a private account of the potential superintendent's choice. So I don't find that this is necessary at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Do you see anything there? And there's no further discussion outside or in this room. So with that, Madam Clerk, we're going to move forward with this bill, HB 497, a bill which deals with the allowing a school district to exempt its chief administrative officer from compulsory participation in the retirement system. And the motion is to ITL. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Allard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes,
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Land,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Rep.
No,
Meyer,
you're muted.
Yes, sorry.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Mullen,
Yes.
Representative Lay,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
18-2.
Representative Ladd?
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Ladd,
Yes.
still 18-2.
Good, that's modern math. Okay, the result of that is ITL and it passed with a vote of 18-2. I'd rather that not go on consent, we'll put it on the regular calendar. Okay, the next bill which we're going to come up with, moving down, looking at the FM bills, is HB 9696. HB 96 is a bill establishing the Office of School Counseling and Psychology, establishing the position of school counselor, coordinator, and making an appropriation therefore. I would like to recognize Representative Bone.
Thank you. I make a motion of ITL.
And Representative Lakis is recognized for a second.
I second the motion.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the delay there. You know, I need a course in penmanship. I can't read my own writing here. Okay, thank you. So with that, does the maker of the motion care to discuss the?
Yes.
Yes, Representative Bowman.
Just briefly, the Department of Education, as any department, they should be the ones to, in their budget, state what they need money for. We should not be telling the Department of Ed, you have to have a counselor, you have to have a psychologist, you have to have, it's for them to decide, put in their budget and submit it as the budget. I don't think in any department, we should be telling that department how to micromanage their department. It should be up to the commissioner of that department or others. It should not be our job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Lakis.
Yes, the last time this was up, when we did this, I voted for it because I really like especially the career and technical development aspects of that, because I know a lot of school districts and counselors don't actually know what's available. However, at this time with the fiscal, with what's going on in our state and the state budget and whatever, I think this is not the time to pass this. I think money that we have could be used better elsewhere. Not to say that if it comes up again in a year and you know, the state's doing better, our economy is doing well, I might change, you know, I might go back at that point.
Thank you very much. Further discussion from members of the committee.
Rep. Cornell. Rep. Shaw.
Okay, I'd like to ask, I'll recognize Representative Cornell. I'd like to ask people to, you know, there's a little place where you can put up your hand by way of technology. That will help me on my screen in seeing those that would like to speak. Thank you. Representative Cornell.
I am the main sponsor of this bill, and it was passed last time 18-2. And I don't think the needs described by the bill have gone away. In fact, I think it's even more important now that school counselors, psychologists, social workers, career counselors have someone specific in the Department of Education that they know that they can call and get an answer to their questions. I think the department now is overburdened with all kinds of different things, and I don't think there's anyone there that has time to specialize in what school counselors need at this time. This is a position that was previously funded and filled, and it's been vacant since 2018. So it would just be putting back into place what it has previously been there. And again, I think it's going to be once after what we're going through and what we're going through now, this position is going to be needed even more than it was before.
Thank you very much, Representative Cornell.
Thank you.
Representative Shaw.
Yes, thank you. I couldn't agree more with Representative Cornell. This position has been funded and was eliminated or was overlooked or whatever, or dropped. And at this particular time, having worked with many kids in the last year or so and months, the need for counseling and the need for a consistency around the state with counseling is more important than ever. And I think this position is worthy of appropriation. It's worthy of reinstatement. And it certainly should not be overlooked just because of a budgetary concern. And there are many times when we pass bills that are that sort of are a mandate to a department. We do that many times. So that isn't even an argument with me. I think this position is highly important and we should pass this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Shaw. Further discussion. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to underscore what Representative Cornell and Shaw just said, but I'd also like to address Representative Bohm's comment. There's a presumption in his comment is that the department understands what needs to be done out in the field. That's not always the case. In this instance, this was brought to us by those who are practicing counselors and the need for this. And I think it's a responsibility of this committee to listen to what the field is saying and to act accordingly when there is a need, notwithstanding what the department feels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion. Pardon me? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make this brief. I do agree with Representative Shaw as a co-sponsor. I just want to reiterate, there is no time more necessary than now. Look around, we're in a COVID. Faculty, students, families, they're all overstressed. This is the time we need to have some leadership from the top. That's all we're trying to do. There's no more important time than right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very much. Further discussion.
Rep. Mullen.
Rep. Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to refresh people's memories, the last time that we dealt with this bill was last session. And as Representative Cornell mentioned, it left us with an 18-2 ought to pass recommendation. When it went to finance, I believe, and I'm correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone remembers otherwise, but I believe that finance may have made the recommendation to the Department of Education that they go ahead and put this in their budget, as Representative Boehm suggested. So my vote for this bill this morning will be simply that I disagree with the decision of the DOE not to put this in its budget this time around, because I think that we all recognize that social emotional learning and mental health of our students right now during this pandemic time ought to be front and center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Mullen. Further discussion? Do we have anybody that you see represent? Representative Likens?
Yeah, I just have a question. Don't the school guidance counselors have a organization or multiple organizations that they can turn to for this type of question that won't cost the state money? Does anybody know?
Who's that, to anybody in the committee?
Anybody who knows the answer?
They do have an association. And like the librarians oftentimes work with various local associations. We have one in the Upper Valley, which involves both Vermont and New Hampshire. And when librarians have a issue there, especially the public librarians working with schools, that issue sometimes is brought up there, or people have a contact number they can call to get advice. Speech pathologists throughout the state oftentimes chat with each other, and they also have their national ASHA, which they can contact. There are those associations that are available to help with specific problems, and I know they all do that. Folks oftentimes will call NEA for support and get support on a particular issue, whether it be instruction, curriculum, or some other aspect of education. So that's available. I think what this bill is trying to look at is setting a person like this available on the department level.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Mullen,
Yeah, just to address, thank you, Mr. Chair, just to address Representative Lakis's question. I was a member of the New Hampshire School Counselors Association for many, many, many years. They do not have supervisory capacity over any people employed as school counselors in New Hampshire. And they certainly would not have as much regulatory information as somebody who was working under the direct supervision of the Department of Education. I mean, I think what we're looking for in this position is someone who not only knows about school counseling, but also sits at the table in decision-making at the Department of Ed as issues are coming up about what to do statewide.
thank you. Further discussion? You see any hands up? Not seeing any hands up, I will call the motion, or go forward with the motion. This is HB 96, establishing the Office of School Counseling and Psychology, establishing the position of school counselor coordinator, and making an appropriation therefore. And the motion is ITL. Madam Clerk.
Yes. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Allard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No,
Representative Bluno,
No.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Blake,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
11-9.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Representative Cornell will do the minority report on this.
Thank you very much.
I already sent you mine.
Okay. Yeah, please, as I mentioned earlier, all committee reports, be it majority or minority, should be sent to myself. And hopefully within the next day, if you can't do it, give me a call and I might be able to help you out with a little bit of more time. But it's coming down to crunch time here, please. And I'd like to save our committee assistant not having to do all this at the last moment. Going on to the next bill, which is there's a financial note, but I'm going to take the other bill first, HB 214. This is school building aid. Remember, we both had 214 and 594 and school building aid bills, the hearing at the same time for both. So what I'd like to do is turn to 214 first, please.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification here. Is it your intent to deal with 214 and then 594 subsequent to this, since they are both dealing with the same topic?
What I will do, Representative Myler, is that I'm going to shortly hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli, and we'll be acting separately on both bills, but they are both very related.
Yes.
So that's how I intend to go through this, seeing they are separate bills. And unless there's, an option to amend them into one bill, that amendment would be brought forward on the bill. So
it's your intent to deal with 214 and then right after that, 594?
Yes, we will have.
Thank you.
We'll have a motion on 214, and then we will go on to, and take action on that, and then go on to the latter bill, 594.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So with that, I'm handing the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Yeah, I'd be happy to make the motion of ought to pass on this.
I'm sorry, I was about to call on Chairman Ladd for his motion since he handed the gavel to me.
Okay.
Thank you for your offer, though.
Thank you very much. For the record, I'd like to recommend that this bill be retained.
Retained.
Second.
Second from Representative Ballard. Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
Yes, thank you very much. HB 214, school building aid, is a bill which is dear to my heart. We've had this come forward year after year, and when it hits the next committee, finance, it's always addressed in a finance perspective, paying off the tail, which for fiscal year 23, it would be $32 million. And then looking at what applications we may have for school building aid and adding that cost into it. So it's never been fully up to the $50 million that this bill speaks to, no less than $50 million. Last year, there were 3 bills which were added on top of that. The year before that, we had one emergency bill with Hinsdale. My recommendation to retain is done simply because reality tells me that it's going to be probably decimated at the next level in finance. That's my own projection. Of course, it's not reality, yet, but that's what I believe will probably happen. I therefore see the best opportunity for us to really address the issues that are coming up with school building aid is to have a thorough discussion on how we are going to fund school building aid, how much we're going to fund it for, and then looking at all the statutory language regarding the application process. The application process right now is a very convoluted process which deals with the applications coming in with site design plans. You have the letter of intent, you have the application deadline, you have then the deadline in which a recommendation has to be made by the department. That recommendation goes forward to the school building authority. The school building authority then sends their recommendation back to the State Board of Education, and that has to be released by January the 15th to the various publics that are those that put the applications in, and so they can then go to town vote. It's a process which has worked with just 3 bills here. One of those 3 applications this last year. One of those applications did generate a lot of discussion. That was the school building aid project to the district which I represent, Haverhill Woodsville area. The statute that came into conflict was the part that we're dealing with the school building authority and what the matrix is, what the criteria they're using to assess and determine whether this recommendation coming out of the department is following or addressing issues that they have in terms of bonding ability, other issues, and also the meeting the standards and the criteria which we have set up in statute that must be looked at. The potential for us to, or the need, I should say, to really look at this whole process now, it's important. We need to address this time frame, the application process, where our priorities are. I feel this time we've learned a lot from COVID. We know that there's a lot of issues, many issues dealing with various systems within buildings, be it HVAC, be it acoustical, be it lighting, etc. We know that there's ESSER monies available, which are upwards towards $150+ million, and those monies are available for use in schools. To read items 13, 14, and 15 in the ESSER report. School facility repairs and improvements to enable operation of schools to reduce risk of virus transmission, exposure to environmental hazards, and to support student health. So if the facility repairs can be used for those areas for inspection, testing, maintenance, repair, replacement, upgrade of projects to improve the indoor air quality in school facilities, and other activities that are necessary to maintain the operation of and continuity of services in local education agencies and continue to employ existing staff of the local education agency. So the monies can be supplant various aspects of what we're doing. To build a whole new building, though, that will happen with the ESSER monies. Maybe perhaps some renovation projects could occur when it comes to air systems, etc. I feel strongly that there is such a need to relook that it has to be done immediately. I was attempted to put in an amendment to this bill which would establish a committee to look at that, made up of representatives and Senate, but that would take until probably the fall to get it going with a short period of time to investigate that. I'd rather have a subcommittee put together where we can have active membership and involve it also with folks from finance and have a report come out from that subcommittee so we can take action in the second year of the biennium. So that concludes my remarks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Would the maker of the second wish to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I doubt there's any eloquence that I could add.
Thank you for your brevity. I see a hand up with Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Chairman Ladd, for your very important remarks surrounding the need for building aid and for making improvements to the building aid program. I think as we saw from Director Clark from the department, there's over $200 million worth of projects that have filed for grant applications for just the first year of the biennium, FY22, and in those projects, the building aid grant value is over $100 million. So I think what we're seeing right now, and I think this alludes to the chair's remarks, is that over the 10-year moratorium period, we've obviously seen a number of projects, school districts go ahead with projects because they couldn't wait, but we've also seen a tremendous pipeline develop where projects need to are really critical, and according to Director Clark's information that she presented in the very detailed handout, these range from classroom projects to air quality, to energy, to a variety of different things. And I certainly recognize the chair's intention, and I believe it's certainly sincere to continue to work on this issue and not let a good bill, a bill that I was certainly willing to recommend ought to pass on, get stuck in the finance committee. But that said, you know, we have another bill coming up as well, and I know this isn't the exec session on that, and I'm not asking for that. But given the urgency, perhaps the second bill, 594, is something that this committee might not mind moving towards finance and letting it be committed there, and it gives the opportunity to sort of have our cake and eat it too. Number one, have a bill that's retained that we can continue to work on and use as a vehicle in the second year of the biennium, but also stress the importance of the building aid program for districts around the state, and the importance of changes to the building aid program to be able to address the hundreds of millions of dollars in project backlog and be able to do that within a financially sustainable and responsible manner. And when we do get to 594, I do intend to offer an amendment that essentially merges 594 with the changes Representative Ladd put into House Bill 214. So it would in fact have the same fiscal level, the 50 million, which would include capital project grants plus the ongoing tail obligation. So it would essentially combine both those bills. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there, that I think this is a very important. Both these bills are very important, and I think we've got a good strong opportunity here to get something done this biennium, but also maybe in this first year of the biennium as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Representative Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is my 7th term here, and in the past, it's always been a policy of some kind. If you have multiple bills on the same subject, you try to get together and come up with one bill. And some years ago, it was the homeschooling bill. We had a bunch of them, and we retained them and came up with one good bill. So the same thing here. There are parts of both bills that may be good and may be bad, and I think retaining to come up, because we don't have time to make a subcommittee now to do it, is a good idea. We need to retain it and then come up with something that may get through the second committee. And that's one of the issues we have. And let's not waste time past this, and finance is gonna, because nothing's going to change. They're gonna say we only have X amount of money, and that's all we have. So maybe a good idea. I know our school district is looking for building aid, because I told them you're not on the list, and they thought they were. But sort of shocked them. But anyway, yeah, all our school districts need money. They need a new school, but right now we can't afford the thing. And if they didn't mess it up some years ago and bonding the whole issue, we probably wouldn't have this problem today. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. And I next see Representative Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those members who are new to this committee, you need to realize that this issue of building aid has been around since I've been in the legislature. We've looked at this time and time again. The School Funding Commission looked at this in depth this summer and came up with a very similar recommendation that is in this particular bill. I will vote to retain this bill, but not the next bill, because it's my belief that based upon the data that we have received from input from a variety of different sources, that we cannot continue to kick this can down the road, which has been the problem with school funding aid since I've been in the legislature. So notwithstanding Representative Ladd's comments, because I understand those comments, But we need to move on this bill because we've got school districts out there that are in dire need of this funds. And it's time for the state to step up and begin to look at this. So I will vote to retain this bill, but I will not do that in the next bill, which I think combines this bill with a much broader look at how the funding can be dispersed in the next bill. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Representative. Do I see any other comments from the committee?
We do have one attendee who's made his back.
Seeing none, I thank you, and I would call on the clerk to do a roll for House Bill 214 relative to school building aid grants. And the motion is to retain.
Representative Cordell, Representative Ladd,
Yes.
Representative Bone.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Representative Bone,
Yes.
Representative Allard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Blumenauer,
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Mullen,
Yes.
Representative Lang,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
20-0.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much, folks. I'm going to take the gavel back here, and we're going to move into HB 594 FN. And before I take a motion, I want to open this up to discussion. And during this discussion, I will not be taking or accepting motions at this time. I'd like to have just an honest, open discussion on 594. And I'll explain my reasoning for that. I understand that I have not seen it at this point in time, that there is an amendment for that bill that's coming from, I believe, Representative Luno. That it's, I would assume it's very similar to what 214 is. Okay, so that's included now there in 594. There are certain issues that are associated with 594, which I have some concern with. And remember, we're in that discussion. The ultimate goal of 594 is an excellent goal, and we need to move forward in something, whether it be now or after we've had an opportunity to do some work. I'll tell you the areas which I have concern with, and then we can have the discussion, and both sides can get involved with this. On this particular bill, it's not really a one side versus another side. It's about schools and school facilities. I am concerned with the no longer having the 80% upfront for the school district and backlogging some of the costs of that and putting that onto the school districts in terms of interest costs they're going to pay, seeing that they're going to have to take out some kind of a TAN or something, to a bond, which is going to pay for what would be coming from the state over the period of the 20 years. That's one concern I have. The other concern I have is who actually approves the application that comes in. Is it the Department of Education? I've read the bill where it says the Department of Education shall make the grant, but it doesn't say approve. What's the definition of make? Is it the state board that approves? Maybe that's explained somewhere in the bill. I read it very, very late at night, so I could be wrong, but that's how I'm seeing it. The other issue which I'm seeing is the school building authority, which we had in current statutory language, is a check and balance. I don't know if that check and balance has really worked the way we intended for it to be, but I believe that there needs to be a process which there's a check and balance in terms of making sure that what comes out as a prioritized item out of the the department is also then in balance with what the people on the school building authority, which are the state fire marshal, the Department of Education itself, a number of departments and folks which are qualified have a good financial background as well. So I'm not so sure we should be dumping something before we have really explored it and discussed that. So those are several of the concerns I have. There are other concerns which I do have. I do believe that we have to recognize the disparities of school districts in being able to cough up the money for these. And it's necessary to maintain some process of whether it's 30 to 60 or the 20 to the 80, which are, I believe, in that bill right now. That's important, and I can support that. I will stop my discussion right now and just open it up for more of a discussion on this. I'd like to hear from Representative Luno, his kind of perspective on that amendment and his angle on answering some of the questions I have.
So could I do that right now, Mr. Chair?
Hey.
Thanks, and I have to apologize. I also have a point of personal privilege. I have to be in House Finance to introduce a bill in 3 minutes. I emailed Mel at a couple of points on this, but I'm just going to highlight them very quickly. I certainly appreciate what Chairman Ladd has been talking about on this. The amendment that I sent out this morning to all members of the committee just basically lifts the same everything that's in 214, which is changing the recommended appropriation from no more than $50 million to no less than $50 million. And that $50 million, that appropriation would also be inclusive of the tail obligation. So it lines up with 214 completely. The remaining elements that are distinct to 594 that come out of the commission's work and come out of numerous discussions with Director Clark are moving away from a 100% upfront to a 20-year plan. What that does is frees up the what would be in a $50 million appropriation that includes the tail would be 50 in the first year, FY22 would be $15 million for capital projects and $35 million in tail obligations. Out of the $15 million in capital projects, if it were 100%, you'd only be able to do about 15% of the projects. With House Bill 594, it's closer to 100%. So you'd be able to drill right down and address that backlog, which I'm looking at is currently 270 million in projects with a $104 million grant award. So that's the first part. The second part is expanding the fiscal disparity, the grant range to align itself better with fiscal disparities around the state. And then the third part is to introduce projects in the moratorium and let them apply, and they're limited to a 20% grant. But anyway, I apologize. I have to jump, and I'll certainly be monitoring this. So when a vote comes around, am I excused?
Catch you later.
All right, thanks. Mel can take any questions. He was there. All right, thanks.
Let's just open this up to the discussion right now where we can have various perspectives on this bill.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Myler?
Yeah, I think just to reiterate what I was saying earlier, notwithstanding what the chair said, I mean, this is a key issue, but I think we need to put this out there because we've got districts that are in dire need of some of this money. I think Representative Luno's bill here provides a way to share the limited amount of funds that we do have in a much fairer way than what we've done in the past. And to delay it now is just kicking the can down the road a little bit more. And it seems to me that some of the issues that Chairman Ladd mentioned can be dealt with. We can deal with that in the retained bill. But I think we need to put forward this issue to the Finance Committee and really put it on their table to say we need to deal with this. We've heard this argument time and time again, and I think now's the time we need to move this forward. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative.
Thank you. I have a couple of problems with this bill. One is the multiple payments rather than what previous bill had. The problem, why we are here now, because the legislature some years ago said, hey, let's bond all these payments. And now we're stuck, which is why we don't have a building aid program. We have a problem. So I would rather, that's why I don't like this bill. It needs to do what the previous bill had. I like that. Also, 20 to 80, that's like, hey, you can, if you prove you're poor, we'll build you a school. No, that's not fair. It's not fair to, at 20%, nobody is going to, in a so-called rich district, which they're not. For example, my town is supposedly a rich town, but it's not. While we live in the town, both parents have to work. So that makes the median household income high because both parents work. But it's not a rich town, it's a property poor town, which is one part of the bill that I really like. It goes home using the adequacy aid formula where you look at the property poor. But still, 20 to 80 is no way I'd go with that. And also with the multiple payments over 20 years. That's not going to prevent some future legislature from doing the same thing the legislature did some 10 years ago, of longer than that. About, hey, let's just bond all these payments, even though the treasurer said no and everybody else said no, and why we're here now. So that's why I am against the multiple payment thing. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Do we have any hands up? Representative Lightus?
Yes, I do like the combining the two into the amendment where saying that the on the payments. I like that. I have a lot of problem with the multiple payments as well because it actually puts a lot more cost onto the local school district because of all that interest that otherwise if you paid up front, the bond the school district would have to take out would be much smaller and therefore the interest paid would be much smaller. And by not paying it up front, but by paying it over time, and we're only paying on the principal, that means all that extra interest is going to be put on the taxpayer. And I very much object to that. The other thing that I'm concerned about is the whole idea of property rich and property poor being the only criteria that we have. And you have towns that are property poor, but that's just because of the way their property is assessed versus another town. And I think a much better way to look at it is what is the ability of the people in the town to pay? And we can't, I know how much they make, but if we use the free and reduced lunch criteria, that I think is a much better picture of a town's ability to pay rather than what somebody evaluated the property as. And so I would like to see this based on that. As long as we're, coming up with ideas.
Okay, I will chirp in right here. The current law uses property valuation and it uses median family income. That's the old fiscal capacity disparity aid formula, which we've had since I don't know, since I've been in the House. That's back to 2008. We if we're going to go with some other way of doing it, that would definitely necessitate a further study. The areas which specifically that I like about this bill, it has some changed time, or we need to look at the time schedule in which intent and then applications come in and moving forward. And towards final approval, I am concerned as to who does approve, and I need that clarified. So the only way that I will be able to vote for something like this is if there's changes made to the bill itself. I'm also opposed to the multiple payments. The 80% upfront was put in place to try and reduce costs incurred by the local town or municipality or school district. And I believe that's worked. The whole process hasn't worked well simply because we've never funded it. So those are my concerns right now. Unless this thing is going to be amended further and we deal with it on another day prior to the day that has to be out of committee, I will have to support a similar motion as to what we gave to 214. Further discussion?
I don't see any.
Is anybody there?
Nope, I don't see any.
Yes, Representative Cordelli.
I was just wondering if, from the people who have objections, if we could get a list of the 2 or 3 items that are objectionable in the current 594 that could be possibly addressed in an amendment if someone so desires.
What Representative Cordelli has just said is that if we could identify some of those questions folks have, and we brought some of those out, the multiple payments, the 80% upfront, et cetera, et cetera. If we could address some of those things and keep the good stuff and move this thing along, and also because we have retained 214, we have the opportunity to really get into a discussion, but we also, from a policy perspective, convey our concern that school building aid needs to be looked at, and we need to start funding it. We have too many old buildings. Remember the figures. We have 50% of our buildings that are well over 60 years old. Some have been renovated, but we do know that there's a lot of issues within those older buildings that need support. So further comments, and then we're going to have to take some one way or the other on this. Rep. Likas.
Yeah, I have a question about what you just said. So what will we do? Just not go on this bill today and come up with an amendment and then come back like Tuesday and look at the amendment? Or, I mean, what is the process you're proposing?
That would be the only process which would be available, is that those that have those questions, I receive those questions, then I'd be glad to work with the prime sponsor of this bill and to work to try, there'd have to be compromises. And, but we'd have something move forward, and it'd be more than 214 was alone. If we can't get there, then we would have to go forward. When we meet again, be next week, we would probably see a motion for a retention. And there, after what we saw with 214, there's probably a strong possibility we see retention. So the best option I see here is for us to try and present an amendment to 594 reflecting those concerns that have been spoken to. Representative Myler.
Are you suggesting then, Mr. Chair, that we set this aside until next week?
Yes.
So there'll be no motion at this point in time on this bill?
That's why I started the discussion initially, Mel.
Right, yeah.
So, but it would be put aside to be exact next week. And I would certainly have to work with others to try and figure out, okay, can we get this thing done? I think we can, but I hope we can, because all the stuff that I read during the hearing regarding how this affects achievement and health of students is important. We from a policy perspective, we need to recognize that.
Yeah, I would support just setting this aside till next week and work on it in the meantime.
Okay, as the ranking representative on the other side, and you're hearing the chair right here agree, we are not going to be further executing this bill today. Okay, folks, that moves us on. I know down at this end, a few people have been taking bathroom breaks. I'd like to see us take a 5-10 minute, hiatus here or break to allow some of the body functions to work.
Okay.
Is there objection to that? Okay, we'll take 10 minutes for everybody. You guys at home, go hit the refrigerator.
Get the heat.
Representative Ladd, I'm going to go ahead and mute the room for you guys. Just remember to unmute before you begin after your break.
Thank you very much, Darren.
At least I got the draft off. And I'm gonna be I've got this 11 to 11:30, and then I'm gonna go back to working. It really, it is an iterative process. For me. Well, you get a certain amount, then you're screening off of that. Yeah.
that he shot in Hawaii.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
30 years ago.
Are we unmuted right now?
I just used one of these.
Okay, great.
I'm gonna take a picture of this.
What time are we supposed to come back? I didn't look.
I thought,
It's about right.
yeah, it's been at least 5 minutes. You said 5 minutes.
No, I said 10 minutes. I said
Oh,
10.
I'm sorry.
So-
I thought 5.
I would say wait till 10.
It's cool today. Yeah. It's usually not, but today it's cold in here.
When I was campaigning for a little bit
back up to
use the picture of her and coat and shit.
right now.
I have hotline now.
If it's in a hurry, I put mine all together. And with my glasses on, I can't read the little things, and it was actually open rather than closed. And I stopped suddenly in the car and ended up with most of my liquid all over my seat and my bag and everything.
That's a good one. I lived in Basel just for a couple of years, but I got it.
Okay, we're back. Can everybody hear me? No?
There's several people that are still not. Oh, there's-
Yeah, I know,
there's
that's
one.
what I'm trying to find out.
Oh,
that way.
okay.
Oliver, can you hear me out there? Okay, he hears me, good. Okay, so we're coming.
We're doing that. $349?
Sure.
No.
That's fine.
We have, well, we sort of skipped around. We don't have any more.
Okay, I'm going to call this executive session back to order here. I don't see it. How many do we have here? Well, it looks like we have most everybody back.
Myla and Lay are the only ones. on this.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go up to the top, back to the top, and we're going to be dealing with HB 194. Okay, bring up 194. This is a bill to release, it deals with the release of student assessment information and data. We had two similar bills that were looked at on that particular day at the particular time. The other was HB 323. One dealt with the department working with the testing agency to release the information that way. And the other was with the specific date of June 30, when that was 323. We're starting with 194 first, and I'd like to recognize Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move on to pass with amendment 02688 that hopefully everyone has. It was mailed out last night and there are printed copies here this morning.
Does everybody out there have a copy of that amendment? Those that are remote wise I'm speaking to, I see folks walking around here picking up a copy.
Yeah.
I don't see anybody with their hand up out the top. Representative Cornell, you have a copy? Yes.
I think everybody does.
I'm not hearing you, Representative Cornell. Is that? Oh, that's because Representative.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
I have a copy.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, ought to pass with amendment. Once again, Representative Cordelli, that was 268?
2688.
Yeah, 2688.
Yes.
Representative Cordelli has made that motion.
And I'll second.
Second by Representative Land. Representative Cordelli, could you please explain?
Yes.
Or discuss your amendment, please? We're dealing with the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is pretty simple. Current law provides, as you see in 193C12, Roman 2, the department may send out assessment results to parents. The issue has been, and the need for this legislation is because there are a few districts who are not sending out this information in a timely fashion, which actually violates federal law and could jeopardize federal payments to those districts. So in this amendment, I've simply added the ability for the testing entity itself to provide the assessment information and related data to the families, relieving districts of that. I added in Roman 3 language from the other bill 323 that is also consistent with federal law, that the report that is provided to parents should be in an informative manner, easily understandable by the parents, so that they can help their children with the standards and learning that would go along based on the assessment results. So that's really all there is to the amendment, which basically replaces the bill.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. Representative Leon, you second that motion. Do you have any discussion to add?
I don't have anything to add.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Moffett, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Representative Cordelli, this takes out the Class B felony issue wording.
Thank you for the question. Actually, I went back and double checked, and that is already in statute. If there is a release of that confidential information by anyone intentionally in the department, but that is current law.
Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Likas.
Yeah, just to follow up on Representative Moffat's, Representative Cordelli, you said that's already, if the department releases it, is there anything in there that talks about if the testing entity releases it?
I believe that there is, that existing statute restricts the testing agency into the fact that they can only release information in relation to validating someone's taking of the test. That's the only allowable use of that confidential data.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Further questions?
We have Rep. Myler and Rep. Cornell.
Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we've dealt with this before, and we have asked the department to
You're coming in for
give us the names or the numbers of districts that this is addressing. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Now we can.
You're not coming.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear me.
You can hear me okay now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
So you're not being able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Oh, you can't hear me. Okay. So we've dealt with this last time and time before. We asked the department to give us information.
Yeah, you should turn his video off.
Do you have your video on?
He does.
Turn the video off.
I would suggest go to Rep. Cornell and then go back to him. There he is.
Okay, how about it, Representative Myler now?
He's muted here.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. The dilemma that we have here is that we have asked the Department of Education on several occasions to give us a list, a number of the school districts that are not complying. You know, and we don't get that. We just hear, oh, they're not sending them out without any specifics. And so that's one concern, I guess, that we have with this. The other concern is confidentiality. We have spent a lot of time in this committee to ensure that student information, parent information, et cetera, is confidential. This is opening that wide open. And thirdly, we've heard from school districts that say how they use the report of this information. And they use this from a diagnostic standpoint so that they can meet with parents, they can talk with parents about the meaning of the results for their students, for their children. And this would abrogate that by having a massive send out from a central location. So I think this is a misuse of the problem when there is no problem, or at least we have not been told the specifics of the problem. So I would heartily encourage the committee not to pass this because I don't think it's necessary. And it, again, jeopardizes the relationship that a local school district has with parents as relating to diagnostic work, et cetera. And finally, we also heard that in some school districts, they don't get this information until late in the school year anyway. And so the June 30th date is a problem. Thank you.
Further discussion from the committee.
Rep. Cornell.
Representative Cornell?
Rep. Myler said much of what I was going to say, but I also wanted to add that this adds much more work for the department to do when they're already overburdened and don't have enough time to do the things that we've already asked them to do. And I was wondering, should there be a fiscal note with this? Because if it's going to be mailed out from the department to every student's family who's taken the test, that would be a lot of money, wouldn't it? And I may have missed that, but it seems like that would be quite a bit of money and would require a fiscal note in addition to adding more work for the poor department that would ask to do a lot of other things.
Representative Cornell, I'm going to ask Representative Cordelli to respond. It's my understanding that this is mailed out by the testing agency, not the department, and the testing agencies have offered, they do this in many, many states at no extra cost. They just want our business. So that's something that's been afforded to us, but we haven't been able to do it because of our statutory language. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. The existing statute 193C12 says that the department may provide the assessment results and data to the parent, which I think goes to your point, Representative Cornell, about the expense for the department. But that is existing statute. This adds the option for the testing entity to provide that information at no additional burden to the department or cost to the state.
Follow up?
Yes.
So we'd be releasing every student who's taken the test address and information to the testing entity. And what happens if they go to they take the test and the student moves soon after taking the test? How will they even know that?
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Several things. I believe that in existing statute now, based on legislation that was passed in the last term, some of that assessment data is maintained by the department in the student data system. So the department will have that information if the student moves or anything likewise.
We have
Further questions?
3 hands, Rep. Andrews, and then Mullen, and then Myler.
Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in favor of this bill because for me, the bottom line is the information on these assessment tests belong to the parents. And what they do with that information is their business. And if their child needs help and the school doesn't have time to go through the test with them, I think we need to give parents more leeway and let them know what's going on with their child. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion?
Rep. Muller?
Rep. Mullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Cordelli. It's actually a question for you. In section 2 of the amendment, it says, at Roman numeral 2, line 10, the department may provide or may request the testing entity to provide the assessments to parents, guardians, or the pupil school. So that's a may. And then in section 3, it talks about the report shall be provided to the parents. I don't see any provision for the school getting the report. I see a may request, may provide, but I don't see a shall provide to the school. Is that stated somewhere else in 193 that I have yet to unearth?
I believe it is, but I would also read it, the current statute says the department may provide to the parent, guardian, or pupil school as provided in 193C11.
So my issue, Representative Cordelli, is that prior to this change, the schools were receiving the reports and sending the reports out. So we know that the school was getting the report because the school was responsible for sending the report. I just don't see any provision for that school getting those reports for the school file, because obviously this information is going to be pretty critical to them as well.
Go ahead, yes.
Yeah. It is my understanding that the school automatically gets that information almost immediately after the test is taken. So I don't think that there's any problem with the school not getting the data.
Okay, I guess we'll have to wait and see should this go through. Thank you.
We had testimony from the department during the hearing of this bill that the school does receive this instantly from the, due to the technology that's associated with this test.
Right. My point, Mr. Chair, is that as the law currently exists, the school is tasked with providing the information to the parent. Therefore, it receives the results as part of that process. If we take the school out of the process of providing the information to the parent, my question then is, do we need to stipulate that the school shall receive or have access to the results? It's certainly, I understand your response.
Yeah, to follow up with that, under ESSA, and you look at the assurances portion of it, which is associated with the section 1111, 41s, parenthesis B, parenthesis 3, it says, in general, each local education agency plan shall provide assurances that the local education agency will ensure that the results from the academic assessments required under section, it lists again that code number, will be provided to parents and teachers as soon as is practicably possible after the test is taken in an understandable and uniform format, and to the extent practicable, provided in the language that the parents can understand. So federal law requires the LA to do that basically as soon as possible.
Again, I just want to state that we're changing the law. If we supersede the school district receiving the information in order to send it to the parent, then none of that is going to be applicable because the school will no longer be responsible for sending it to the parent. So I just want to acknowledge the idea that we are changing the order of operations here, if you will, on who gets the information when and how it gets to parents.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion?
Yeah, we had Rep. Myler, then Woodcock, then Leckis.
Okay, Representative Myler, then Representative Woodcock, and then Representative Likas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for Representative Cordelli. That in the conversation that we had earlier in the testimony, was there any clarification of how soon the testing agency may have a portal with which the parent can go in and get that information?
I do not recall a time frame associated with that, other than it was in the works, I believe. But I stand to be corrected on any timeframes that were mentioned.
All right, I just raised that because if in fact there would be a portal for parents to get that information, that would also provide more immediate access to that data too. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question on the amendment for Representative Cordelli, if it's possible. I have two questions, actually. Representative Cordelli, I'm looking at section 3, where it says the report shall be provided. In the part that I want clarity on, where it says informative and instructional manner to help the children meet the challenging state academic standards. What does that actually mean?
I think that language is taken from the other bill that addressed this issue 323, and is reflected in the ESSA standards that the chairman just read as well.
Well, follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you. That doesn't answer the question, but that's okay. If it's going to be a report, let me go to part B then. What does that mean? And as it looks like to the student, where it says the report, if it's coming directly from the testing agency, how is this going to be individualized for students and parents to get the information they need? That's a question.
The report, either from the school district, the department, or the testing agency, shall be provided in an informative and understandable manner to the parents. I'm not sure if you're looking for a layout of the report, or I'm not sure what you're looking for in that regard.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
That's the exact, you're giving me the answer to the exact same question I just asked you, which was, what is informative instructional? You're giving that, now you use as an answer. A minute ago was a question. My point is, if I receive a document from the testing agency about my youngster that says they need these additional services because their grades are low, their assessment levels are low, how is that going to be personalized so the parents know what they're getting so they can do something about it? Who does that? If it comes from does the agency do that? Who does that?
I believe that the report that is sent out now, I would ask then, how does the school personalize that data? We've heard testimony that some schools wait until the fall to go over those results at the beginning of the school year, which I think is one of the concerns about the federal requirements under ESSA in terms of a timely information to the parent. I'm not sure if I understand really what the problem is in this regard.
So, final follow-up, Mr. Chairman. So the point is, Representative Cordelli, that the report that you're talking about, and the amendment that came today, at least to me today, on item 3, talks about providing access, providing information. And I'm asking you, who does it? You don't kick it back to the school does it supposedly in September, or fall. We're talking about this report in your amendment. That's all. It's like send out a report so we can get it out there, but you're leaving the parent hanging. And it says you're going to provide something. I'm asking you, who provides it? Or how do they personalize it? That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The current statute reads 193C12 in part, the department may provide the assessment results and comparative data to the parent, legal guardian, or pupil school as provided in the prior paragraph. Basically, we're adding that the option that the testing entity do the same thing and requiring that it be in an informative format that is understandable to the parent.
Okay,
So
let's, go ahead.
it's clarifying the existing statute in that it has to be informative to the parent, which reflects the ESSER requirement.
Representative Lucas, and then you have
Okay.
Representative Tanner.
Representative Lakis.
Oh, I had two things, well, I had one, but I just wanted to go back to what the testimony they gave was. My understanding was that the format that the testing agency put all these out into was that informative, whatever type. So it would be the testing agency. I mean, this is my understanding from the hearing. And what they said is it's the testing agency that puts that out, whether they put it to the department or the school or the kid, that they're the one that puts it in that informative format. And the other thing is, doesn't ESSA take precedent, don't we have to follow the ESSA regulations regardless of this bill? So the fact that the ESSA regulations say that, I'm sorry, I've lost it. I was trying to respond to Representative Mullen and say that we may be changing the state part of this, but the federal part has to remain the same, I believe.
Further questions?
Rep Tanner is last.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to go back to the portal issue. I was wondering if there's somebody online that's from the State Department of Education who might be able to let us know the status of the parent portal on the tests.
Representative Tanner, we're not able to hear you. You're coming in very quietly.
Okay, that helps, I bet.
Better.
That's better. I'm wondering if there's somebody from the DOE that's in the audience who might be able to give us some information about the parent portal, because it seems if the portal is there, then this bill is unnecessary. Thank you.
I don't see anyone with their hand raised. Would you like me to,
Yeah, I'm looking down through those that are attendees and seeing if there's somebody there.
Yep, she raised her hand. Diana Fenton?
Yes, Attorney Fenton is there. So we'll open up her ability to participate.
Go ahead, Ms. Fenton.
Thank you, members of the committee. Let me see if I can get Melissa White to answer that question. I myself do not know, but let me track her down for you, okay? Bear with me for a minute. Thank you.
All I did was allow her to talk. Do you want me to promote her so we can see her face? And that?
What floor is Diana? Floor 1, and she has to go up to floor 4?
I don't know. Hope she's not in the middle of lunch.
Are there any further discussion before Diana comes back? Nope. Okay, we'll just hang loose here.
Yeah.
Is, Ms. Fenton, are you there?
I am available. I have put out the word to 3 of my colleagues and no one's responded to me. It's just one of those days, but we can get you that information and get back to you as soon as I can.
Well, we're in executive session right now, so.
Well, I will continue to rattle their cages.
Okay, we bring litigation against them if they don't show up. Okay, thank you very much, Diana.
Thank you.
We'll keep.
I'll let you know when I hear back.
May I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair? May I have a follow-up?
Representative Tanner?
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could we retain this bill or table it? I don't know if that's possible until we get this information.
Well, we do have a motion on the floor right now, and it's been seconded, so we have to act upon the motion.
This is just the white hat.
We have a call in.
I have a question.
Okay, Representative Shaw.
I'm not sure, maybe I'm not reading it right, but it seems to me that the amendment is more definitive on the fact that the testing entity provides the information, whereas the original bill has the may request. So it allows some flexibility on whether the districts decide to let the entity provide the information or whether the district would prefer to do it their way with their conferences or whatever it is that they use to distribute the results. I personally like the approach that many districts use where they have the conferences the last quarter and they give the test results to the parents and they explain what they mean, because I do not feel that a testing entity is going to have the language in it that reaches all of the parents, especially those who are either non-English speaking or whatever. I think it would be easier to not have the amendment, to just leave it. I like the June 30th date, and it was stated in testimony that the information comes up almost immediately when the child is done with the test, so it could be disseminated at that time. So I think the bill itself is good, and I will support the bill, but I'm questioning whether the amendment puts a little more emphasis on the testing entity that I prefer to leave as may request. That's just my opinion.
Thank you very much, Representative Shaw. Representative Shaw, as a point for you to consider is that the testing date of June 30th is not in this bill. That's in 323.
Oh, sorry.
That's another bill. This is a bill simply that allows the testing entity to send materials off to, Representative Likas, you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Leon. My mother just retired from teaching third grade and a 98% free and reduced lunch, highly immigrant, mostly English language learners school. And the testing organizations were able to provide those results to the parents in Spanish, Tagalog, and some other rare dialects that were coming from South America as well. So I'm not sure about who we contract with, but I know that there's actually some great opportunities for them to communicate those scores, perhaps even better than the teacher for some of these ELL students.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion?
We have Melissa White. I still have Diana Fenton in the group, and Representative Cornell, so I'm not sure who you'd like to take first.
Representative, excuse me, Attorney Fenton, are you there?
1 second, I have muted her. Yep, okay.
I'm available and I understand that Melissa White is available to answer your questions as they pertain to assessment.
Okay, so you would defer to Ms. White.
Yes, she's the subject matter expert in this area.
Thank you very much. Representative Hobson, can you put Ms. White on as a... Go ahead.
This is Melissa White. I am the assessment administrator at the New Hampshire Department of Education, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, Representative Cordelli, could you
Yes.
sort of summarize the questions which we have?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the basic question was about the portal, parent portal that was mentioned during the hearing, and the status of that tool.
Okay, yes, I did speak with our CAMIM assessment vendor on Friday, and they are going to be looking into that. They were working on developing that parent portal last year, and then once we had the pandemic hit, they switched to developing and putting all their resources into developing remote administration of the assessments. So that project was put on hold. I think their plan is to pick that back up again this summer, but they were going to provide me a timeline next week. So hopefully they'll be able to get that to me and then I can share that with you. So the parent portal is not available at this time, but it is in development.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. White from committee members?
We have Rep. Cornell and Rep. White.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you for taking the time to come over and answer our questions. I was just wondering if you had the information of how many school districts don't supply this information to parents in a timely manner? How many don't send them home, or in time to have meetings or put them off?
I'm not sure the exact number of schools that are not providing this information. Usually at the department, we tend to hear from the parents that did not receive it. And so they reach out to us about that.
I'm sorry.
There's some feedback there. But we don't have exact numbers of how many schools are not doing that. We just tend to hear from parents that reach out to us, and then we reach out to the school to please release that information to parents.
About how many parents reach out to you to go? I would imagine the parents that reach out are from the same schools. So do you have any idea of how many?
Not necessarily. Sometimes it's district-wide. I can only really, because I have only been in this position for about a year and we did not have an administration last spring. I can speak to the fall administration, and I would say I've had about 25 parents reach out to me about just statewide about wanting to receive their results.
Okay, thank you.
And I apologize. I didn't mention with the SAT, that parent portal is available. So parents do have access to the SAT portal to get their students' results, and so do the students. So that is in effect right now, and they can access that. So I'm sorry I didn't clarify that earlier.
Ms. White, do you have time for one more question?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Representative Likas, do you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question for you. I understand that in law at the moment, it says that the testing agency can't give out any of the information that we give them. My question is there any teeth behind that? What happens if they do?
So, and let me see if I understand the question correctly. Do we have the ability to give the assessment results to parents?
No, the testing entity gets information on the students, and they're not allowed to give that out to anybody except, who we say that they can give it out to. And my question is, if they were to give it out, for security reasons, I'm wondering if they were to give it out to somebody else, do we have any anything that we can do,
I believe in, I would have to go back and look at our contract, but I believe our memorandum of understanding or our exchange agreement, because it is a DOIT overlook contract, there's very specific guidelines around who that information can be shared with. It's pretty explicit. So, but I'd have to go back and look at the contract more closely to see who we've designated.
So if they gave it to somebody else, they would be violating a contract and we could go after them for a violation of the contract. Is that true?
I believe so, but I would probably prefer to have an attorney answer that question if that's okay.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, further questions?
We have Rep. Myler and Ms. Fenton would like to speak.
Okay, Representative Myler.
Okay, so we now have, I mean, there's no question that parents need to have these reports. I mean, there's no debate around that. The question is the timing of it. And we just heard from the department that there's been 25 parents who have called in. We're not sure whether those 25 are from one school or one school district. We're talking about 25 parents out of 165,000 students who participate in testing in this state. This bill is not needed. Obviously, if these parents have a problem, these 25, they need to talk with the local school district. We're talking about changing a policy that obviously is working in 99% of the situation here. Why would we want to change this if that is the practice that is working at this point in time, according to Ms. White from the Department of Education? It's just not needed.
Thank you. On the horn here.
We do, she lowered her hand.
She lowered her hand.
Oh, I'm still on though. I think it just lowered me, but yes, I'm still here.
Diana Fenton.
I thought, yeah, somebody said that Diana's hand was back up, so she has further comments.
She can speak if she wants to.
Ms. Fenton, do you have any additional information?
Just briefly, and thank you, members of the committee. In regards to the prior question, it would be a breach of contract. And it would allow, presumably, the department to sue the company. And it would also give us reasons to exit that contract and presumably seek another vendor. From a business standpoint, that's reason enough for the private company to make sure that they don't violate that. But that would enable the department to seek that remedy of suing them. We have not had that situation occur, so I can't speak to any particular case in which we've been successful in that, but in theory, that's what would occur.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to try to move into taking action on the amendment.
Rep. Tanner has her hand.
Rep. Tanner, this will be the last person recognized for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to ask Ms. White, with those 25 parents, how was that resolved, the issue?
So I did send out a notice to the building administrator and then to the superintendent's office, just requesting that they please provide the parent with the information and the results, and then also offered support on how to access those results in case they were not sure how to find that information to be able to provide it to the parents.
And a follow-up, were the parents satisfied with that?
At this time, I think so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, we're going to move into the motion to, and the motion is to move towards ought to pass with the amendment, and the amendment number was 0268H. And so we're voting on the amendment. We're voting on the amendment, and the motion is ought to pass with that amendment. Not on the bill, but on the amendment.
Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Allard?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hodgson?
Yes.
Representative Andrus?
Yes.
Representative Ford. Representative Ford.
He's muted.
Oh, there he is, yeah. You're muted. There you go.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Stody.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
He doesn't have.
You too.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Mullen.
No.
Representative Lay.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Glad.
Yes.
11-9.
Representative Ladd, Representative Cornell will issue the minority report.
That was just on the amendment.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
not,
excuse me, on the amendment, okay.
I recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move ought to pass as amended on House Bill 194.
And Representative Lane,
Second.
and it's second by Representative Leon. Further discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, we have a motion to approve the 194 as amended.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Allard.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Really not liking the giving the information out. Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Andrus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Stody.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Mullen.
No.
Representative Lay.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
You're muted, Steve.
Thank you. No.
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
11-9.
Okay, 194 passes as amended. Is there a minority?
Yeah, Representative Cornell will give the minority report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And Representative Cordelli, you'll be doing the majority report. Thank you very much. We have time for one more bill this morning. We're going to go to HB 242.
Oh, it's gonna be- Yeah, right.
Okay, I'm going to hand the gavel over to you.
242. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to open the executive session on House Bill 242 relative to the content of an adequate education. We call on the prime sponsor, Representative Ladd.
I'd like to move 242 ought to pass with amendment 0262H.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Representative Hobson seconds that. Would the maker of the motion like to speak to his motion?
Yes, I'll speak briefly to the amendment, which is 0262H. The amendment has three components. Within it, the first one places four definitions into the statute that, as request of what we heard at the hearing, rigorous academic study means a course, program, or grade level program aligned with curriculum standards and school approval standards. Applied learning means an educational approach whereby students have the opportunity to directly engage in learning activities using knowledge and skills, theories, and models that may be outside of the traditional classroom experience or embedded as part of a course, program, or grade level program. Logic means a reasoning skill that better enables a student to analyze problems in core knowledge domains such as mathematics and to develop problem solutions, to better understand the principle of cause and effect, and to develop critical thinking skills to better identify fact from unverified information or data. Rhetoric means the skill of speaking and writing as a means of communication or persuasion. The second part of the amendment deals with the physical capacity disparity components of the content for an adequate education. It speaks to the equalized valuation per pupil, and it also addresses the achievement levels of students in level 1 and level 2, the non-proficiency areas on the statewide assessment that may be in school districts which are above or even in that equalized property valuation per pupil. And lastly, in respect to some of what we heard at the hearing, there was one sentence there before in the bill which required on the accountability side that the department would be administering our department shall implement corrective and technical assistance in accordance with RSA 193E3E. That has been taken out of this bill. The part that remains in accountability is the responsibility of the schools to put this on their website and to communicate the fact that their school has a problem in this input or narrative type process for reporting where you are in the school or school district. This is the sum total of the amendment. The amendment adds to the primary bill 242, and the amending language is in response to some of the hearing information we heard the other day. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hobson?
I have nothing to add.
Thank you. Comments, questions from the members on the amendment? I don't see any. Excuse me, Representative Moffitt. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Just two quick comments. When we had the hearing on this, I listened to folks who testified, particularly Dr. Carl Ladd, everybody, but particularly him when he speaks for the School Superintendents Association, and he was neutral on this, which was telling. He did not oppose it. And he also flagged, and some other folks flagged some issues that I thought were good issues or good points that needed to be addressed. And this amendment, I think, does that, as the chair just explained. So I think this is a good amendment. It addresses the issues that came up at hearing, and I hope it moves forward.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions concerning the amendment? Seeing none. Okay, Madam Clerk, could you take a roll call on the amendment?
This is on amendment 0262H. And the motion is ought to pass. Representative Ladd.
Yes.
Representative Bone.
Yes.
Representative Allard.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffitt.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Andrus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Stody.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Bluno.
No.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell.
No,
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Lay,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
12-8.
Thank you very much. We're now back to the main motion, which will be ought to pass as amended. And do I have someone to make that motion?
Yes, thank you, Representative Cordelli. I'll move ought to pass as amended for House Bill 242.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
point of order. I'd like to offer, and I had my hand up before you made that, but on the floor, the bill has been amended and is open for further amendment. And I move to offer amendment number 2021-0251H.
Now, I believe I had already called for the motion and ought to pass as amended, and Representative Ladd indicated making that motion, and it was seconded by Representative Hobson.
Right, and the bill was open to further amendment, and I had my hand up. This is an ought to pass motion, so it was open to further amendment.
I was looking at you. Is there paperwork or?
Yeah.
It was emailed this morning.
Okay, well, we can maybe look at it. It was this morning.
Has anyone seen that?
At 8:56 a.m.
It's,
We talked with the researcher this morning about amendments, and it was indicated that if we send our amendments that we get from OLS to House Committee Services, HCS, they will print copies for people in attendance, as well as emailing them out to people, so that, you know, hopefully we can get them a little bit earlier than the start of the meeting.
You want to
It's
see
a
if,
simple, small amendment.
It's a huge
We can
amendment.
vote
So
it.
was that communicated to the committee?
Wasn't communicated to me.
You want to try and get the house clerk on that?
You can see this.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't see. And I looked before I focused my attention on you.
Yeah. I don't know, I did not see a hand up when we
We can review the video.
Although, want to go back and do something?
I think what you ought to do is just point of order of support is to recess this for about 5 minutes, call the clerk, and get some definition.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. We'll check in with the clerk and we'll go into recess for a few minutes.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just, let's see if clerk is listening. I have his phone number.
Yeah, I got it too. So
Okay.
1 o'clock at home.
He is on the attendance list.
Did you see what the amendment was?
I haven't seen it.
Oh, I just looked it up. It's putting the building aid thing into it. Hang on, it's right here. There you go. There it is.
everything. You made very good.
Okay,
You
go
see the,
ahead.
you see the corner of the
Everyone out there can hear us now?
Yeah.
Thank you for your patience. We have discussed the amendment situation with both the House Clerk and the Speaker. And it has been ruled that this amendment is non-germane and therefore inappropriate at this time. So we will proceed with.
I'd like to challenge the ruling of the chair.
Second that.
The Speaker has ruled that it is non-germane.
I am challenging the speaker's ruling.
Yes. Well, you can take that up with the Speaker. I think.
No, this is this is a committee issue that we're dealing with right now. This bill clearly is in the purview of this particular bill before us for exec session.
Thank you. We'll proceed with the ought to pass as amended with.
I want to pose a formal objection to this. I want it in the record that this is inappropriate at this point in time, not to do this with the ruling of the chair.
So noted.
So, yeah, thank you very much.
So noted.
Alicia?
Oh, well, I just, as far as germane or not germane, it says.
That's a
That's fine.
settled issue
Okay.
from the Speaker.
That's
So
fine.
we will proceed with the ought to pass as amended motion with amendment 0262H.
Question, Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Just procedurally, as a relatively new person, I never heard of the Speaker of the House making a ruling on a committee action. Can you tell me if that's happened before? I'm just trying to learn.
The Speaker always rules on germaneness of amendments if there's a question, and that is what he has done. So thank you very much.
That's been done before this last year? I missed it, I guess.
Not in this committee.
In the House, the Speaker rules on whether bills are germane or not when there is a question as to that fact. And so we will proceed with the vote, and
It's just hard to believe, given the fact that they both amend the same section of the statute, 193E2.
There was certainly the need for public hearing on the amendment. There was no fiscal note for the bill, and this amendment provided that. So I will call on the clerk to call the roll on the ought to pass as amended motion.
Point of order?
Yes.
Is you just used the fiscal note as a rationale to call it non-germane. Is there a fiscal note on the amendment that's being voted on now?
That was my comment. The House Speaker just plainly stated that it was non-germane.
Well, you're the chair and you just used the fiscal note as a rationale.
That was my comment. Clerk, are you ready for the roll?
Mr. Chair, I also object the fact that we weren't privy to the discussion with the speaker and with the clerk. We had absolutely no input, nor did we hear any of this discussion. And that seems like, as representatives, and this affects all of us, that would be something that would be important.
Clerk, are you ready?
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Glad,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Allard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
You're muted.
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Stody,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Luno,
Absolutely no.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
I object to the procedure and no on the bill.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Lay,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
I also object to the procedure and vote no on this craziness.
Cordelli,
Yes.
11-9.
Representative,
Please note my object,
Will there be a minority report?
yes, Representative Luno will issue that report.
Thank you very much.
and please note my objection to the procedure as well.
It's in the record. I think I'll turn it back over to the chair at this point.
Okay, what we're going to do now is move forward, and we have a bill which is going to start at 1:30 this afternoon, so we still have some time here to exec other bills which we have on the docket.
What you said earlier, we're taking a break, or this is the last one.
We'll do one more bill here. Looking at HB 349, School Nurse Program and Certification.
Check with the speaker, make sure it's okay.
Okay, this is a bill that removes the requirement for school nurses to be certified by the State Board of Education. Representative Bohm, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion of ought to pass.
Representative Moffett?
I'd like to second that.
So we have a motion made ought to pass by Representative Bohm and second by Representative Moffett. Discussion from the prime sponsor or the maker of the motion?
Yes, just briefly, we've heard testimony that, and I know personally there is a shortage of nurses. And and schools are actually changing the definition so they can hire different people. And even public health nurses. So the thing is, let's let the district and the DOE make the criteria for what they want for their particular requirement. The thing is, we had a lot of discussion on nurses with an AS degree or one with a BS degree. You don't become a nurse from degrees. You become a nurse by taking a national test, the NCLEX-RN test. When you leave college, either with a 2-year degree or a BS degree, you're in either ASN or BSN. It's not an RN. You have to take this nationalized test. So, and whether or not you're associate degree or a bachelor's degree, you still have to take the same test. And it's a hard test because I know personally from my granddaughter having to do it. But the thing is, let's let the school districts and the DOE make the determination, the criteria they want. Oh, by the way, not anybody can take this test. You have to have graduated from a nursing college. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly, since we had a hearing on this bill, there's been considerable commentary via various media platforms and also emails and messages and calls that we've all received on behalf of nurses and the value and competency of nurses who are products of associate degree programs. I also used to work at NHTI and saw firsthand what these nurses did in an associate program. Dr. Susan Eward, who leads the community college system of New Hampshire, eloquently, maybe some of you saw her long op-ed, eloquently making the case that all nurses, as Representative Bohm just said, need to pass the same licensure exam. So I join all those who support the notion that licensed registered nurses are qualified to be school nurses. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have hands raised.
Okay.
Rep. Myler and Rep. Tanner.
Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, just for the record, according to the testimony that was given during our hearing, there is no shortage. There are only 2 vacancies currently in school nurses as we sit today. So there's not a shortage at this point in time. The other point I would like to make is that obviously we recognize the value of these first responders, both in schools and outside of schools, and that's very important for us. The dilemma that we have here is that, again, for those of you that are new to the committee, this credentialing process that is currently in the law was one that has been developed over the years. It did not come about overnight. This is a long fought battle on the part of the current school nurses to have this credential in the law. And to defeat this, to remove this, would be a non-recognition of the value of those nurses who've been fighting to get this credential in the law. And I really would encourage you not to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Myler. Who's next in the queue?
Tanner, yes.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me all right now?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think it's a sad day when we are ignoring the needs of those parents and their children who have complex medical issues, have food insecurity, homelessness, mental and emotional issues, or face life-threatening emergency situations in the isolation of a public school without a certified school nurse. Parents want their children to get urgent care and be safe. They want their children, regardless of special needs, to be able to attend our public school with their peers. This bill is about repealing the requirement for specific knowledge and experience that the New Hampshire Nurses Association and the New Hampshire School Nurses Association strongly believe are necessary to provide consistent, competent, and quality care for our school children and for the safety, health, and well-being of the students, their parents, the teachers, the staff, and the communities at our public schools. The real message here is that parents of school children want the best medical care and safety for their child during the many hours they spend at school. For the safety and well-being of our school children, I will vote no for the third time on this bill to take away the certification for school nurses. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Anybody there?
I don't see any, I don't see any.
Okay, not seeing any, we'll go ahead.
Clay has his hand up.
Oh, Representative Lay, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo what Representative Tanner has said. I mean, I'm new to the committee, so I don't understand perhaps all of the nuances of the issue, particularly of all the past iterations. But it does seem to me there has to be a significant and some sort of substantive difference between a BSN and the associates. I understand that in both cases, they take the same test in order to become a registered nurse. But I think that the goal and the responsibilities of the school nurse are obviously those of an RN, but they also encompass many broader issues, particularly public health issues, food issues, mental and emotional health and well-being. And these are the kinds of issues that are dealt with through the BSN program as opposed to the associates, which tends to focus more on the immediate and clinical. And so I don't understand why we are walking back from this. I have heard no particular compelling reason why we are walking back from this. The only reason I seem to discern here is a desire and a hope on the part of some to save money on this. That's the only reason I can discern, because the nurses themselves are in support of maintaining the credentialing as it currently exists and helped play a major role in designing the credentialing. So I'm sorry that the committee seems to be moving towards adopting what they believe would be a cost-saving measure, which could be potentially, and I hope it never comes to pass, at the expense of the children for whom the nurses are responsible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Lee.
You're welcome.
Further comments? Anybody out there? Okay, not seeing any other further discussion or comments. We'll move into the taking action on this bill. And so 349, a bill relative to certification requirements for school nurses. The motion is ought to pass.
Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bone,
Yes.
Representative Ballard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
yes,
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Stody,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
He's muted.
Representative Myler,
I'm sorry. Yeah, no.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell,
No,
Representative Tanner,
No,
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
no,
Representative Lay,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
12-8.
And Representative Ladd? Yes.
And Representative Ladd,
Yes.
13-8.
Got a shadow in here. Okay, that takes us through the last bill, which we're going to be doing right now.
Who's doing these?
I was hoping that, pardon me?
Minority report.
Yes, who will be doing the minority report?
Representative Tanner looks like.
Representative Tanner, are you going to be doing that?
yes, I will.
Thank you.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
I already emailed you mine.
Okay, and Representative Bone. We're going to break right now for lunch, and we will be back to start this up again at 1:30 when we start working on 607. Hearing that, and I'll go through the script again, seeing that we will be hearing and there will be public testimony. Thank you very much. See you at 1:30.
Well, let's get an hour.
Got an hour.
Candy's here.
Gotta go find a room that's warm. My gosh, they don't have any heat in here.
how come, even though you put
All right. All right.
Well, I've been through there. I've been through there when it's, when you can just see the cars just greening up. It's So are you done for the day?
No, we're on lunch break. Just haven't gotten nothing done.
One more. That's no. It's very fine and wet.
Do we have a thing for being shots?
Yes, April 8th. Well, the good news is everything's moving forward with the bank.
Yeah.
We kind of wonder why some people are long. They call them long haulers. She's been 60. I love you.
Gotta figure out what we can do.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it's not enough.
Yeah, there is ham on the front porch. It's probably gonna be fun. You got yogurt.
Yeah. Somehow it's not exciting.
I know. But it's fast and efficient.
I guess. Shit. Okay. This.
Are we on?
Now we're on.
We're on?
Yep.
Okay, I'd like to welcome all committee members back to the hearing for this afternoon. This is the Education Committee. We will be addressing HB 607. Prior to my starting this, because we're now in a hearing rather than an executive session, I'm going to read the script again, seeing there was an hour break. As chair of the House Education Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to the executive order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing of bills referred to the Education Committee. Executive session on pending legislation may be held. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with the House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event that the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us. Jennifer Ford, committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to law. Okay, under right to know law. Madam Clerk, would you please take the attendance roll?
Yes. Representative Cordelli,
Here in the conference room, committee room, excuse me.
Representative Bone,
Here, conference room.
Representative Allard,
Here in the committee room with 9 other esteemed colleagues.
Representative Lakis,
Here in the committee room.
Representative Moffett,
In the House,
Representative Hobson,
Here.
Representative Andrus,
Here in Salisbury, home alone.
Representative Ford,
Home Alone in Chester, here.
Representative Lane,
Here in the committee room.
Representative Sodi,
here also in the committee room.
Representative Myler,
Here in Kentucky, New Hampshire, and I'm here in my office alone.
Representative Luno,
Here in Hopkinton.
Representative Shaw, here in the committee room. Representative Cornell,
Here,
Representative Tanner,
Here in snowy Sunapee.
Representative Ellison,
Here in my home in Concord, New Hampshire, I'm alone.
Representative Mullen,
Here alone in Bedford in the basement.
Representative Lay,
Here, I am in Jaffrey, New Hampshire, and I am alone.
Representative Woodcock,
Here, Snoqualmie, New Hampshire, my wife in the room and my dog.
Representative Black,
Here in the committee room.
all present.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So the bill we have this afternoon is HB 607. This bill is establishing local education savings accounts for students. And with that, I'd like to welcome the prime sponsor. Is Representative Reveal here?
We're looking for Representative Verville on a telephone line, and I see a telephone line that's not the same number I have. So I've unmuted telephone number 119. I'm wondering if this is Representative Verville. You can speak if that's you. Okay.
Representative Verville is connected by computer.
You could see if maybe he sorted out his audio issues.
Do you see him in the list?
Yep, I promoted him just now.
Okay, thank you.
There he is.
There you are. Okay.
He's muted.
Are you
Good
able,
afternoon.
first
Yeah,
representative?
good afternoon. Can you,
Oops.
Yeah, speak one more time, see if we got you here.
Okay, there he goes.
He unmuted and then remuted.
there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, fantastic. So thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Kevin Verville of Rockingham 2nd District, and I serve the communities of Candia, Deerfield, and Nottingham. First, a little background on me. I'm a New Hampshire native. I was raised in Pembroke, New Hampshire, where I attended Pembroke Public Schools from grade 1 through grade 8. I attended Bishop Brady High School in Concord. I received a Bachelor of Science in Physical Science Secondary Ed with a chemistry option from Plymouth State College. That sort of shows you how old I am. I attended graduate school at Tulane University in New Orleans, Louisiana. I held an Experienced Educator Certificate in Physical Science and Chemistry from the New Hampshire Department of Education, and I was certified to teach grades 7 through 12. I was a high school science teacher at North Andover High School in North Andover, Massachusetts, and at Hollis Brookline High School in Hollis, New Hampshire. I am currently the technical director at Summit Packaging Systems in Manchester, New Hampshire. So you can see I am a product of public, parochial, and secular schools. And for the record, my children attend the local public school in Deerfield, New Hampshire, where I currently live. House Bill 607 is relative to public education. And before we can discuss public education, we should define what public education is. Public education in New Hampshire means that each local community has an obligation to educate the children in their community. Inherent in this responsibility is the public funding for the education of all local children. So when we speak of public education, we are speaking of who is responsible for financing that education. That is what today's discussion is all about. It's not about where the community will provide the education. It is not about how the community will provide the education, but rather how they will fund it. This should not be a discussion about this school or that school or this method versus that method. Those things are for a separate conversation. Before we get into the particular details of this bill, I want you to consider the following. There are no public schools in New Hampshire. That's right, there are no public schools in New Hampshire. What we have is a large number of private schools that have been granted unilateral claim to public education monies. Let's consider my hometown of Deerfield as a case in point. The Deerfield Community School, our local public school, is not really a public school. It is not available to the general public. It is, in fact, a private school for children that live in Deerfield. If your child does not reside in Deerfield, it is all but impossible for your child to attend the Deerfield Community School. Deerfield is a small school district. We only have the one school. So it would be fair to suggest that it does not provide sufficient evidence of the previous claim. Fair enough. So let us consider a larger public school district, such as Concord, Manchester, Nashua, etc. Many school districts have more than one, and often several schools that teach the same grade levels within their community boundaries. But those schools, each providing an education for children of the same grade levels, are not freely available to all the children in the community that currently use those grades. Children must attend the school in their district assigned to them based on the child's home address. So if you live in Manchester, you live on the west side, and you want to send your child to the Beach Street Elementary School, you can't do that. The Beach Street Elementary School is for children that live around Beach Street. So it's an important thing to keep in mind. So those schools aren't really public schools. Those schools are private schools living in very specific and limited areas. It's an important notion to keep in mind as current and modern thinking on education is to provide that which is in the best interest of the student, right? That's current thinking in education, is to provide that which is in the best interest of the student. And it's hard to imagine that requiring attendance to a particular school based on a student's address will provide students with the education that is in their particular and individual best interest. It's also interesting to consider special education in this discussion. Children in the special education system each receive an IEP, an individualized education plan, to ensure that the child receives an individualized education that is in the best interest of that student. Further, those requiring the most specialized individual education plans are often sent to or tuitioned into private schools, usually out of district, that are capable of providing for the needs that are in that child's best interest. So the concept and practice of using taxpayer education monies to send students to private institutions for a public education is still a commonplace practice. In fact, my home of Deerfield has a public school for pre-K through grade 8. We do not have a high school. There is a high school in our SAU, our school administrative unit, but the Deerfield School District does not send more than a few students there, and they attend under special circumstances, manifest hardship or best interest of the student. We tuition all of our high school students out of district and out of our SAU to receive their secondary education. So Deerfield has a contract with Concord High School, with the Concord School District, to educate our high school students. School choice is nothing, and that hasn't always been the case. Deerfield has contracted with other schools in the past and had all kinds of different arrangements. So school choice is nothing new. What we're about to discuss is who should be allowed to make that decision. Who should get to make the choice for a particular student? And that's what I hope we'll be discussing today. So House Bill 607, establishing local savings accounts for students, is enabling legislation. In New Hampshire, we value, we treasure local control and have a long history of supporting legislation that grants our communities local control and local decision-making. This bill grants local control to decide if local education monies should be allowed to follow the child. The mechanisms contained within this bill already exist and can be found in existing RSAs. First, the question is defined in the bill. Shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 194E to allow the establishment of a local education freedom savings account program in Name the District? This ensures that the question is stated clearly and concisely and cannot be altered for any reason. The repeal language is also defined in the bill. Shall we rescind the provisions of RSA 194E as adopted by the local put in your school district on the date of the adoption, so that a local education freedom savings account program will no longer be used in the district? So it's not a one-way street. This is for a community to be able to decide to opt in to this program, as well as subsequently potentially opt out in the future. The enactment or repeal requires a 3/5, 60% supermajority vote in the affirmative by the local voters. This sets a reasonable threshold for a community to make this decision, and it is a threshold that is used in other existing ballot measures already in New Hampshire RSA. So if you're familiar with what's commonly referred to as SB2 versus traditional town meeting, right? This is the same mechanism that a community would use to decide whether to transition from traditional town meeting to SB2 form of government, or to transition from SB2 form of government back to traditional town meeting. So there's no precedence really for this mechanism. The threshold to place the question on the ballot is low, and this is by design to ensure easy access to enabling local control. Again, these thresholds already exist in other statutes. There is no value in setting the bar artificially high as a barrier to access to a clear and succinct question to discern the will of the people on such a matter. And so if you're looking for a reference of where this may already exist in law, if you look at the statutes around citizen petitioned warrant articles, you'll see that the thresholds are very similar to that existing RSA. Again, we're not really setting precedent with that mechanism. So now the question is, what exactly is on the table? This bill, simply stated, allows a grant of 85% of local regular education monies plus 90% of state monies, specifically the state adequacy grant and differentiated aid, to follow the child in a district that chooses to adopt this program. As with current state adequacy grants and other state funding into local school districts, the calculation of the grant, the local grant, is based on the previous year's school district budget and student population. So it lags a year, right? Just like most of the state funding to the schools. The reason for this is to allow for the budgeting of the grant amount in anticipation of the school year it is granted. And so what that does is it allows a school board, a school district, to know what the number is for the coming year so they can add that in their coming budgets. It gives them transparency of what's coming up. The grant is calculated as follows. All local monies raised by taxation minus all special education spending. So special ed spending at the local level is completely carved out of this. This bill doesn't do anything to touch local special ed monies. Okay, so it's local monies raised by taxation minus special ed from the previous year divided by the previous year's average daily membership and attendance, and that's a population number published by the State Department of Education, and then multiplied by 85%. That gives the per pupil grant. And this allows for school districts and boards to be able to anticipate and budget for the program when crafting their budget. It provides them a dollar value certain per student. 85% of locally raised regular education funding would be available to follow the child that chooses to enroll in the program. And 15% remains with the district. Again, special education monies are left intact and untouched. Federal monies are also left intact and untouched. A student enrolled in this program would no longer be counted in the average daily membership and attendance calculation, and therefore all state monies associated with that child would cease to flow to the local school district after the first year of the student's participation in the program. For that reason, this bill also allows 90% of the state adequacy grant and differentiated aid to follow the student. So if a community enables this program and a child avails themselves of the program, once they leave the district, the state money would go away anyway. So there's no sense to disallow the state money to follow the student. So let us place this into some context. The Deerfield School District's 2020-2021 budget was $13,531,421. We subtract the federal funds budgeted at $266,891. And we subtract the special education line items at $3,033,244 to arrive at a total budget of $10,231,286. We divide that by the 650 students in the district to arrive at $15,740. That per pupil student amount is then split 85 to 15, so 85% for the student, to arrive at a student grant of $13,379. And $2,361 remains in the district. The first year grant for each student sets a minimum grant threshold for the student. So the grant amount is calculated, well, let me just go with the script because I'll repeat myself. This provides families with a minimum threshold dollar amount so that families can also plan and budget for the future with a minimum amount of certainty. So once they have that dollar amount, they'll never fall below that. The grant amount is recalculated annually and may increase or decrease year to year. So there's a certain amount of float, but a particular student's grant will never drop below the dollar amount of the first year grant. So the first year grant sets a minimum threshold for that child so that the family has a minimum number that they can budget and plan with. Further, if a community repeals the program at some point, all participating students are grandfathered in until they no longer meet the requirements of participation as stipulated in the bill. This is intended to simply provide families with some certainty after freely choosing to enter into such a program. It does not seem fair to me to pull the rug out from under a student that has chosen an alternative path. So if a community enacts it and a student avails themselves of the program and the program gets repealed, that child gets to follow it through until they graduate high school, time out, or leave the district. The bill has the potential to save districts money. Although that is not a reason, it is not a purpose, nor is it an objective of this bill. This bill is to provide options to families for the best interest of students. We likely will not know for several or many years after enactment if this model will save districts money. But if families do not expend their entire grant providing an education to their children, then all monies remaining after the student is no longer eligible to participate in this program will be returned to the local school district. So if we imagine a first grader going into this program and staying in this program through high school, and say on average they only spend 90% of their grant every year, the money that would accrue over those 12 years would then revert back to the school district once the child graduates from high school. A large part of the discussion on House Bill 20, which I support, was that the grant would not be sufficient to allow lower income earners to access other educational options. Well, I would posit that every little bit helps, to be sure. This bill directly addresses that issue and would provide a grant sufficient to allow even the most economically challenged families to access a broad spectrum of alternative opportunities. That being said, it would be a shame if the debate on this bill devolved into a discussion of class conflict. Public education is providing the funding for the education of all children of a community using public resources. All children should have the same and equal right to lay claim to an equal share of the publicly raised regular education funds, regardless of their family's financial status. After all, we don't charge rich kids more money to attend a local public school. We don't means test to be able to enroll in a local public school. If the community chooses to allow local education monies to follow the child, why would we alter that fair and equitable access social contract? There's been a lot of discussion relative to the expected effects of school choice on local school districts. But let's consider some facts. I believe that most families, the vast majority of families, prefer that their children attend the local district school. I believe that's true for a few reasons. First and foremost, most families want their children to be raised with a sense of community, with a sense of local belonging, and for their children to be connected to their community. Most families want their children to know their neighbors. The local district school is often the most efficient way of achieving this goal. That is a reason most families want their children to attend the local district school. Second is transportation. In New Hampshire, we require district schools to provide student transportation to and from local district schools through grade 8. This is not an insignificant benefit for most families attending their local district school. A family that chooses to leave the district for whatever reason, independently or under this program, would lose the benefit of free transportation. For the sake of brevity, lastly, most families believe that their local district school provides a good education for their children. Why would a family choose to leave a local district school if their needs are already being met? But the fact of the matter is, no one school can provide what is in the best interest of every student in the district. There is no one-size-fits-all. For some students, an alternate opportunity is in the best interest of the student. We should always strive for what is in the best interest of the student. New Hampshire has some of the best public schools in the country. No one refutes that fact. But looking back at the data, going back as far back as 2008 to current, those are the numbers I could find, looking at NECAP, looking at Smarter Balance, and looking at the New Hampshire statewide assessment system, assessment results, New Hampshire public school students, as a group, rarely break 50% of students at or above proficiency in English language arts, mathematics, and science. This is a fact, stark and stunning fact. So while we may have some of the best public schools in the nation, we are still, on average, missing the mark for half of our students. And for science, the numbers are actually much worse than ELA and mathematics. So when we talk about accountability, where's the accountability for those children that aren't making that proficiency mark? It's interesting to note that once a student enters post-secondary education in America, that's college and university, we then transition to a 100% school choice environment, and look how good that system works. The diversity in schools and programs is all but unparalleled and meets the needs of almost all. Interestingly, we do not try to block taxpayer money in the form of Pell Grants and student loans and other financial assistance from flowing to private colleges and universities or to religious colleges and universities. This program is little different than those with where we allow taxpayer monies to go. The allegation that there'll be an exodus of students from the local school districts to other opportunities is not a possibility, at least not in the near future. The reason for this is simple. There are essentially no available slots in any non-public school in New Hampshire. So today, if I wanted to pull my kids from public school and send them to private school, I would be very hard pressed to find a seat in any private school, whether it be religious or not, for the education of my children. They've all been taken during the last year as parents seek out other options that best fit their needs with respect to the responses to COVID-19. There is no available inventory except for homeschooling, which is an option but an option that does not work for the vast majority of families. God bless homeschoolers. That's a high bar, and they do a great job. Most families have double working parents, and they simply cannot choose that option for themselves. It is not unreasonable to expect that the inventory of available slots in other education settings will increase to meet the demand, but that process will take time. Market forces are wonderful things to determine customer demands. If a district school sees that it is losing students to other educational settings, then that is an indication that they are not providing the product, they are not providing the service that their customer base desires. If this occurs, then the district school has one of two options: stay the course and lose more and more of their customers to the competition, or retool and provide the product, the service that their customer base desires. This is a critical feedback loop that is currently missing from our public school system, because we have continued to winnow our public school system into such a tight monopoly. Let us consider some of the likely critics of this bill. There are people against this bill, and I don't deny them their right to be against it, but we should consider backgrounds and motivations. The teachers' unions are almost certainly going to come out against that bill, but that is because the bill has the potential to threaten their ability to attract customers, to attract members. The firefighters union represents firefighters, police union represents police. The teachers union represents teachers that are members of the union, nothing more, nothing less. Does this bill pose an existential threat to teachers unions? Not likely. But this is not a risk those that earn their living from working for unions want to take. The School Boards Association will likely come out against this bill, but that's because this bill has the potential to threaten their monopoly control of local public education monies. These groups are likely to oppose this bill strictly from a self-preservation motive, and that should be considered. Those that will oppose the bill because they do not want their tax money going to private or religious schools need to realize that this already occurs. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate their right to oppose this or any bill. I just want to make sure that we appreciate their potential bias and motivations for opposing the bill. This bill is a pro-student, pro-public education, and pro-best interest of the student bill. This bill represents a quantum step forward in the continuing journey of American public education. The American public education system is a wonderful thing, to be sure. But American public education is, and should continue to be, a lot more than just a local district school. Let us do what is in the best interest of New Hampshire children, New Hampshire students, and not confine ourselves to what is in the best interest of a particular institution or building, but rather what is in the best interest of our students and our children. Public education is, after all, the public funding of the education of our children. This bill respects that fact and will likely provide us a stronger and more robust public education system in the future. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for your time and consideration, and I will be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Representative Verville. Are there questions of the representative from committee members? Representative Miley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple questions for you. You have, I'm referring to page 4 at this point in time, and you talk about school and providers of educational service. That is not defined anywhere in this law. What is a provider of educational service? Can you define that, since it's not defined in your definition section?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Myla, for the question. I'm sorry, can you just give me the line where that's found? I just want to make sure
Excuse me, it's page 4, line 29.
Yeah, so schools and providers of educational services, I mean, I think a school, we understand what a school is. Is that correct, Representative
That's correct.
Myla?
I don't know what the other means.
Yeah, so the provider of educational service is a pretty broad term, not formally defined in the bill, and certainly, you know, we could consider doing that. But when we think about tutors, when we think about online learning opportunities, hands-on type learning opportunities, cooperative education situations, it goes to educational opportunities such as that may take place outside of a traditional school.
Thank you. Follow up, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I would suggest that you do have a definition in that if you want to pursue that, because it's not in the bill. The second question I have is similar to what we had in the conversation with HB 20. My sense is that an individual could take one of these vouchers from a local school district, and there is no anti-discrimination language in this bill. So in essence, they could take public monies and go to a school that does discriminate based upon, you know, religion, gender, et cetera. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Myla, for the question. Well, first of all, if we're really going to have an honest conversation about this, we need to be honest about what the program is and what the program is not. And the program is not a voucher program, right? This program does not meet the definition of a voucher. This is a much broader, much more versatile, much more universal type program than what a traditional voucher program is and provides. So with all due respect, I would ask that we at least call it what it is, or at least avoid not calling it that which it isn't. So it's not a voucher program. Second of all, you're correct. The bill is not loaded up with anti-discrimination language, and so I would contend that it's probably not required. Although I would certainly be amendable to a friendly amendment. If a school is able to operate legally and is allowed to operate under the New Hampshire Department of Education rules for accredited schools, then I don't see why we would want to fill this bill with a bunch of legal regulations that already exist and govern those schools and institutions.
Just a comment, please. You can call it what you want. I'll call it what I think it is, and I continue to do that. The dilemma that we have is that unlike other opportunities for kids to have these tax credit programs, this is public money, not private money, that is going to potentially a school that has discriminatory practices. Particularly, I'm thinking of those schools that would deal with the gender issue, and that's a real concern of mine. Because I don't think taxpayers want that to do that. But thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond to that, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Myla. I certainly appreciate your position. So what I would point out is that the money is public money for the education of a child, and what this bill allows is for that money to potentially follow a student so that a student and their family could define for themselves what's in the best interest of their student. There is no guarantee with this program that any child that wants to go to any school will be accepted into that school for whatever various reasons that may be. Perhaps the child doesn't meet the minimum academic threshold that the school is desiring. Maybe the school, for whatever reason. So this is a free choice of families, of children, to be able to take money and seek out alternative education environments that are in the best interest of their child, of their student, to get that child the best education they can that may not be available in the local district school. And right now, the only option other than the local district school for the vast majority of families, based purely on financial reality, is that they don't have the resources to select any other option. And this bill would make it possible for communities to decide for themselves if they want their local money to be able to follow the child to make available those other opportunities for families that otherwise simply could not afford it. And again, the number of students that would avail themselves of this program, I believe, would be small for the vast majority of schools. And if it's a very, very large number for a local district school, then the local district school probably has some inward looking to do about the product they're providing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there further questions of the representative?
Representative Woodcock.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, thank you for taking my questions. I found your presentation interesting, seriously. I appreciate the time and effort you put into it. I just have a couple itty-bitty direct point questions, if I may. I'm looking, Kevin, on page 2, line 16. When you talk about payment, you with me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. You're talking about payment to a tutor. Is there any qualifications for that? I mean, if I'm a homeschooler, can I pay my sister or my family?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Woodcock, for the question. Yes, I believe that potentially would be possible.
Okay.
I don't know that that's disallowed in the bill.
Okay. Follow, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Representative, two more, just same thing. I'm not trying to blindside you all these questions. On line 21, you're talking about education, certified or licensed educational aides. I don't know what a certified educational aide is and what they'd be getting paid to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for the question. Certified educational aides or paraprofessionals, these would be people that would hold particular professional certifications from organizations to provide certain types of educational instruction or therapies, right? So typically certification programs are to demonstrate proficiency in a specialized area or to highlight a particular expertise in a professional area. And so that would simply allow for those people with particular specialized knowledge base, instructional methods, et cetera, to be able to be hired for this. I think I don't want to put too fine a point on it because the bill is designed to be written very, very broadly to allow a very broad spectrum of possibilities.
Okay.
A lot of times your certified paraprofessionals and educational aides are people that are associated with particular parts of special ed education and dealing with special education needs.
The final question, my man, Mr. Chairman. Once again, nothing point, just trying to clarify. Kev, you go to line down on the same page, line 34, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm looking at 33 and 34. And I want to make sure I understand this. As I read 33 and 34, that says to me, if I have a student, and I may be all wrong on this, I just want your clarity. If I have a student or my own youngster who's going to a school under your plan, they can come back and play sports or be in the science club, yada, 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 at the high school they had attended previously. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Woodcock, for the Representative Woodcock, for the question. That's an excellent question. So The short answer is yes, and if you'll bear with me, I'd like to flesh it out a little bit. So that currently exists in RSA, right? So if one chooses to homeschool their child today, you have availability for that child to play in the local school sports teams, extracurricular, et cetera. In fact, if you send a child to a charter school, an out-of-district charter school, you still retain that access to sports teams and other things. So it simply this is just to be very clear in the law that if you avail yourself of this program, that doesn't cut you out of those benefits that we're already providing others that have chosen to leave the local district school.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chair, and last one. Representative, I understand that. Thank you. That's partially informative. The second part of that is my question. I thought under your plan, if I leave the school district, I choose to leave the school district, I am out of the school district, unlike a homeschool who's still enrolled in the school district.
So when I say that you're out of the school district, once you enter this plan, just like a homeschooler, you would no longer be counted towards the average daily attendance for the purposes of calculating a state adequacy grant, and obviously any potential differentiated aid that might follow the child.
Okay, but I could take advantage. That's okay. But I could take advantage of courses. Right?
Yeah.
I could. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Further questions?
Thank you, Representative.
And then
Representative Mullen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Verville, for taking my question. So I just, for the sake of simplicity's sake, let me just make sure that I understand what the process looks like. Each eligible student would they claim to 85% of the money that is raised locally that would ordinarily be used within their school district to educate them, and 90% of the state adequacy money. Is that, my numbers are correct? 85% of what their local, 85% of what it would cost the local district, and 90% of the adequacy money.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Mullen, for the question. Yes, that is correct. So it's 85% of the local money. So 15% of the local money stays in the local district school. The 90% was set because there's, if you've been at this for a while, you recognize a lot of this language from what was lovingly known as Senate Bill 193 from 3 years ago. And it was set at 90%. I had a feeling, although not direct knowledge, that a very similar bill to the former SB 193 would be coming forward, and so I assumed that they would remain at that 90% for the state monies. So yes, there is a little bit more money staying back with the local district to cover whatever various expenses. And I wanted to make sure it was consistent if another bill should pass and become law. So this year, that bill is obviously House Bill 20.
Okay, so thank you for that. So I'm going to make up a figure because I know that the figure is going to change from district to district in terms of the 85%. So let's say that the total monies that a student had at their disposal was $15,000. Where are they going with that money? Where, if they're no longer in their public school system, are they all taking that $15,000 and going to a private school and paying tuition? Are they trying to get into another public school? Are they putting it towards homeschool costs, or all of those?
Thank you for the question, Representative. That is a fantastic question. So the answer is, you arrived at the answer at the very end, right? So this money goes into an educational savings account for which the family can withdraw to pay for educational services to provide an education for their child. And what that would look like for any individual or any family will likely be different. So yes, a family could take this $15,000 and apply it directly towards tuition at another school. And when we say another school, that's basically any school, right? So perhaps, well, Deerfield's a bad example. We are a little bit unusual, and our student enrollment continues to increase. So we would not accept students in under tuition most likely. But if we imagine another town in my district, Candia, New Hampshire. Candia, New Hampshire has a wonderful 1 through 8 or K through 8 school, and their population is way down. They would love to accept students under a tuition agreement, I think, to keep their facility closer to what its capacity was designed to be. So it could be another public school, it could be a private school, it could be homeschool, it could be online education, it could be really any combination of those things. So it really opens up some very open-ended educational possibilities for families.
Representative, one last question on this train of thought anyhow. So are there provisions in your bill for somehow or another monitoring how the money is being used? I mean, who's keeping track of how and who, and is that up to the family, or is it up to a scholarship organization or the DOE, or?
Thank you for the question, Representative. It's a great question. I have to admit, my eyes are not good, and the font is small on the bill. So I will talk globally instead of trying to find specific language, and that'll save us some time. The bill would transfer the money. The school district would transfer the money to a scholarship organization. The state would transfer their portion of the money to the scholarship organization, and then it's that account that would be drawn off. There are, and when you have time to read the bill more thoroughly, you will find that there are provisions for auditing of the spending of the money and auditing of the program to ensure that this money is being used for approved educational needs and requirements, and that if you are found to be out of bounds on any of that, you are out. You're kicked out of the program, and remaining monies would revert back to the local school district, and presumably court action would follow to recoup any monies that were mismanaged. But it relies on a scholarship program.
One last question, Mr. Chair, I promise. So in looking at this auditing, who sets up the requirements? Is it the
Representative Mullen, we've had a number of follow-up questions.
Yep.
We have so many people that want to speak.
I will defer to my colleagues, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Representative Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my questions. Before I proceed, I will announce that it is my declaration of intent. I am the president of the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire, and it is my intent to participate in this in accordance with the informal resolution of Legislative Ethics Complaint 2019-02. Contrary to the sort of motivations that were imputed to me by the prime sponsor, I just want to make clear that my primary motivation and position on this bill shall be determined by what I believe is in the best interest of public education in New Hampshire, just as I believe that the prime sponsor is motivated in the same fashion and in the same way. Now, to my questions. The scholarship organization on page 4, lines 15, 16, can accept gifts, grants of any kind from any public or private entity to carry out the purposes of the chapter. My question here is, are there any guidelines as to how they would spend or distribute such monies to those who are participating in the program? Because this would be above and beyond the monies deposited in an EFA, and also as to whether or not there is any audit, particularly an independent audit of the scholarship organization itself, not the EFAs, but the scholarship organization itself. as mandated? Is any such audit mandated in this bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Lay. First of all, please be aware that in my opening remarks, I was speaking to no particular individual or about a particular individual, but simply making it clear that certain people come at things from certain perspectives, and I was not speaking of you specifically or any other person specifically. For the record, you know, I was once a member of a teachers union, right? I was a dues paying member for many years while I was a teacher, and I still have a dues paying member in the household today. So please don't take it incorrectly. So I will confess that there is not definition in this particular bill as to how that money would be dispersed or used by the organization. But this line is simply to make it clear that the only source of monies does not have to be the state portion of the monies nor the local education, so that if somebody wanted to make a charitable contribution to the organization for their purposes, that would be completely acceptable. I am not a financial expert, to say the least, so I'll probably be working till I'm very old because of that fault. It is my understanding that these types of organizations are governed by Internal Revenue Service code, and so my assumption is that these organizations have to provide a financial audit in order to make sure that they're complying with the law. So I would expect that portion of the operation of the organization is governed by federal law more so than state authority.
Thank you, Representative. And Mr. Chairman, a follow-up? Thank you. The eligible students, and I'm looking now at the front of the bill, so this is back on, I suppose it's page 1, starting at line 10. But I guess the most important piece there is just eligible student means a resident of a school district that adopts the provisions of this chapter, who is at least 5 years of age, not more than 20 years of age, who has not graduated from high school and is currently attending a public school, including a chartered, a kindergarten student, or receiving home education. So I guess I have two sort of questions based on this. I find it interesting that going forward, a student can utilize, I just want to be clear on this, going forward, a student can utilize the EFA to pay tuition towards a private school, but a student currently in private school is not eligible for the EFA. Is that correct?
So the way the law is written is you have to be either a member of the school of age or a homeschool. So if you are currently already in a private school, correct, you are not captured in this bill.
Okay. And final question. I know that you had some data that you had worked up on, I think your hometown of Deerfield and the number of students. Yeah. How many students currently in Deerfield are homeschooled and would be eligible for the EFA? And what would be the amount of money then that Deerfield would be subtracting approximately from its budget for the following year?
So that's a very good, thank you, Representative, for the question. That's a very good question, and that is not an easy answer to arrive at, as I'm sure you are aware, because there is no requirement any longer that a homeschooling family notify the local district. That's my understanding, that they may choose to notify the Department of Education in lieu of their local district. Homeschooling numbers from an informal perspective, right? Because I've been after that number for quite some time, actually, for other reasons. Mm-hmm. It's a very interesting subject because certain communities have much higher rates of homeschooling than other communities, and it's not clear to me what drives that. And so I can't give an honest answer. I don't know for sure. I could guess. I could give a guess number based on people I've talked to and what I'm aware of, but I would prefer not to guess in a public hearing. But certainly, if you wanted to pursue it further as a private discussion, I would entertain that.
So one of the difficulties then, I guess, would be trying to estimate what the impact of this would be upon any local district, including your own at this point, because we don't have those numbers. Is that correct?
I don't agree with that. So I believe that if so for a local district such as my own or any other, they would have the number of declared homeschoolers in their community that notified to the local district. I would assume that if an inquiry was made to the Department of Education, not necessarily for names and addresses, but for the number of students participating in homeschooling that would have a home address within the district, that number could be generated rather quickly from the Department of Education, and that would give you a maximum number of potential participants. As we heard with House Bill 20, there's a significant portion of homeschool families that probably would not be interested in participating in these programs for various reasons. So you can worst case it to say every homeschooler would come into the program, but I think testimony that we've heard indicates that would not be the case.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? We have others that would like to, that are out in the general public.
Representative Mullen Rep. Mullen has raised her hand again.
Rep. Mullen, you got your hand up, but you've asked quite a few questions already, and we do have.
I do. I just, the only reason I'm asking for permission to follow up, Mr. Chair, is because Representative Verville sort of pointed me to the fine print, and so I just wanted to ask him a follow-up question based on what he had shared with me.
Representative Verville, do you have that, some kind of response to that?
Well, I'm not sure what her question is, to be honest with you, Mr. Chairman.
My question has to do with, we were discussing, Representative, thank you very much for indulging me here. We were discussing the auditing portion of the program and who would be responsible for monitoring. And I think what I have discovered in the bill is that it's the Department of Education that would be determining whether or not somebody is compliant, that could remove a student if they were non-compliant, that would do an annual audit. All of those things are on page 4 in your bill. So my question to you is, have you worked with the Department of Education to determine how many people it would take to be able to staff the program at their
Thank you,
end?
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Mullen, for the question. The specific question that you just asked me, I did not ask the Department of Education. I certainly did review draft language of the bill with the Commissioner of Education and others in that department to make sure that they were aware of it, and so that they would have the opportunity to provide input if they chose to, or potentially raise red flags before the bill was filed. So, obviously I don't want to blindside the department with something that's going to be overly cumbersome. So I didn't ask that specific question. They didn't raise that as a concern with me. So that's really the best answer that I can provide you.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you so very much for taking my question.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I would like to now start, if we could, with others who would like to testify on the House remote testifying sheets. Are there any more questions possibly from an individual who's not spoken as a committee member at this point in time? Not seeing it.
Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a point of information for the chair.
Yes.
Yeah, so as we're, I think, transitioning now to taking testimony from members of the public, I was wondering if members of the public would be able to have access to the sign-up sheet so that people who believe they've signed up can indeed confirm that they're on your list.
Didn't the House clerk tell us that this was gonna be taken care of by midnight last night?
What I'm being informed that the House clerk, we've already met with the House clerk, and the House clerk is addressing this issue. We do have sheets in front of us. We do know that we have on the written testimony sheet 15 people.
How many? I didn't hear.
We do have on the sheets that I've been provided here, I'm holding up, of course, you can't see it, but it's there, that we have a total of supporting this 36 people, opposed to it 658, neutral to, and those wanting to testify 16. Now, as far as those that during the course of events that maybe stick their hands up in the attendee list, I don't have up there.
We have one attendee right now.
And we have one attendee at this point.
Okay, so I just want to confirm then that that anybody that accidentally might be not called is going to have an opportunity to testify.
That's always the case. All they have to do is put their hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Okay, so the first person to testify.
Thank you very much, Representative Verville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I appreciate the time and I appreciate the attention, and I certainly appreciate the questions. I'm an easy man to find. If you have questions later, please reach out directly and contact me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
So the first person to testify is Brian Balke, and I cannot find him in the list. So if you're under a different name, Mr. Doherty might, I'm not sure if that's in the same department. Okay.
So.
All right, so move down to the next one.
Go to the next
All right.
person, if the person up there.
Next person is Anne Marie Banfield, and I will promote her to panelist.
The next person that's on the list, in fact, on the top of the list right here was Anne Marie Banfield.
Okay, so go ahead, Anne Marie.
Okay, thank you. I guess it helps to sign up early. It moves me to the top of the list.
Can you turn up your volume?
Sure. I can as loud as I can.
Yes.
Got to go a little higher, Anne Marie.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Anne Marie Banfield, and I'm an advocate for parental rights and academic excellence in education. Today, I do come in here to testify on House Bill 607. I did sign in as neutral on the bill. However, I do support the essence of what HB 607 is trying to accomplish. The only concerns I have would be that HB 607 needs to carve out a provision that protects the autonomy of the private, parochial, and homeschool community. If that is added to the bill as an amendment, I would be in support of ought to pass on House Bill 607. I've heard opponents of school choice legislation bring up the importance of accountability, and I would agree that accountability is important, especially to parents. I would agree that if you speak in terms of local control, that's exactly what accountability is supposed to do, allow for the local community, parents, to hold their institutions of learning accountable. Let's not seek to hold private, parochial, and homeschools accountable to the state, but instead trust parents. All children who are not served by any educational institution should have the ability to find a school that serves their needs, not just children from wealthy families. So when it comes to school choice, oftentimes there are two sides. Those who want to focus on school choice and those who want to focus on the loss of funding. But there are many of us, like me, who understand the value in a balanced approach to improving the quality of education for all children. Many of you know me as a strong advocate for public schools in New Hampshire. As a researcher of public education, the consensus has been that parents want their children to attend their neighborhood public school, just as the sponsor mentioned. Everything that I have read, when you offer good quality public schools, that's where parents choose. That's where they normally want to send their children. That is why it is critical that we make excellence in education, public education, a priority. Right now, a school superintendent can redirect public funds to private and religious schools if they feel the child would be better served outside that public school district. That's an example of all stakeholders coming together to prioritize the needs of the child. This is why I also supported parents when they spoke out against education reforms like Common Core. Parents want their children to remain in the public school system, but could see the serious flaws that came with the new standards. They wanted their children in their public school and found a way to improve the quality of education. Unfortunately, their desperation fell on deaf ears, and many of those parents did remove their children from the public schools. So those who say they want everyone to work to make public schools better, watch parents give that their valiant effort. This is where we are falling short. Seeing good parents stand up to push for excellence in their public schools, but then not receiving enough support to help them make those improvements. How can you say that you support public education, then turn your backs on parents who are putting in the effort? Making our public schools the best in the country should still be our focus, and I haven't given up. When we work together to make the public schools great, parents are not forced into looking for other options. Now that many of our schools in New Hampshire have closed or are offering hybrid learning, parents are once again fighting to reopen their public schools for their children. I'm involved with these groups of parents throughout New Hampshire. Every day I hear from parents in some of your districts sharing how difficult the shutdowns have been on their children. It needs to be opened safely. Some children are doing well under these circumstances, but there is a large population of children who are not. My priority is quality public schools, but when children are suffering, I will not ignore their voices, and I encourage you to not ignore them either. Right now, parents want their children in front of a teacher and not a computer screen. Right now, they want their kids in a public school. But like Common Core, they are finding out that those who want to support public education are again being ignored. School choice options are needed for a small number of children during normal times. Those families need to be heard and respected. You represent all families in your district. The need is even greater right now due to the shutdowns. Once schools open, and if they return to a model of excellence, many of those children will return. I know these parents, they want their kids in a public school. No one should fear, though, helping children who need help right now. When public schools are at their best, parents will choose them for their kids. I'll give you an example. Prior to Common Core, Massachusetts students were competing with children in the highest performing countries because the focus was on offering parents the best public schools in the country. Parents wanted and appreciated their public schools. Even if there were other options for children who needed it, the public schools were an excellent choice for their children, and parents knew it. If you talk to them, they knew it. You don't force parents to stay in a school that is not working for their children. You find ways to improve the school so that the public school is their top choice. You don't ignore parents who demand better standards for their children. You don't ignore parents whose children need in-person interaction with their teacher instead of through an iPad. You act. That's supporting public schools, and that's supporting parents. Finally, during his Connecticut confirmation hearing, Miguel Cardona, the newly appointed U.S. Secretary of Education in the Biden administration, responded to a question about charter schools by saying, charter schools provide choice for parents that are seeking choice. I think it's a viable option. And according to EdWeek, Cardona has been affiliated with New Leaders, where he participated in a fellowship program. New Leaders embraces school choice. New Leaders CEO Jane Desravines said Miguel cares about kids who attend public schools, and he wants to do everything he can to set those kids up for success. That balanced perspective is what he will bring to this role. So we can see that in this new Biden administration, officials are not taking a hard stand against school choice, but instead have taken a more balanced approach. It was during the Obama administration that large sums of federal dollars were sent to New Hampshire and other states to expand choice through charter schools. So I ask you to take a more balanced approach to educating children K-12. This shouldn't be an issue of one side versus the other. This should be everyone putting aside partisan views and supporting parents who need that support for their children, whether it be for funding, improving standards, opening schools, or even offering other options for their children. When you put the needs of all children above partisanship, you can say that you are working for all of your constituents. And I thank you for your time, and that is all I have to add for this.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start from this point onwards. I'm going to try to set a time limit here because we have people in the queue or in the attendee list starting to put hands up, as well as those which are already submitted requests to testify. So we'll go to 3 minutes right now, and we will have an individual here in the committee starting to keep track of that time and give me the signal when it's the 3 minutes is up. Thank you very much, Representative Banfield, or Ms. Banfield.
Okay, next we have Michael Bissett, and Michael, you've been promoted, so you can go ahead and speak.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this. I just wanted to ask a few things and make a couple of very quick statements. I understand my time limits. First is that I'm very concerned the bill doesn't offer any prohibitions that I could find in my reading of it that would prohibit individuals from double dipping insurance reimbursements for some of those services along with their grants. And I'm also curious to know how HB 20, should it become law, would couple with this particular bill. Can you double dip, if you will, between those two accounts and potentially double the monies that are associated with that? That's something that I didn't see any specifics to within the bill. I perhaps maybe just missed it. I think I'd like to take one moment just to speak out directly to a comment made by Representative Verville when he was speaking to the issue of standardized testing and accountability. I think that majority of my colleagues wouldn't be speaking about the accountability of state testing in reference to the accountabilities that are associated with this particular bill. I think that standardized tests have made themselves well known to be very poor correlators of predictability of success for students, particularly in New Hampshire, as probably Representative Verville himself could attest. His success probably would speak to that. I don't know what his standardized testing was, but certainly there's plenty of data out there that speaks to the lack of correlation between those two. Fiscal accountability is the issue of concern for us. I think that when you look at the ability to be fiscally accountable within this bill, there lacks a very large number of staff members at the DOE that would be able to effectively prohibit fraud. Most important of this for homeschoolers, you know, when we start looking at the reduction of adequacy funds that are associated with this bill and others, potentially within my own school district of Kearsarge, we're looking at the reduction of about $1.3 million from the state's adequacy pool as a result of, if all of our homeschooling students alone, you could add another $650,000 to that number should the 50 students that are taking private school enrollments right now cash in on those particular bills. So the large number, we're talking $1.5 to $1.7 million of adequacy funds that we drain from the state, certainly are going to be amplified against the total volume of students in the state. And that's just going to exacerbate the already woeful conditions around the state relative to school funding. And lastly, I think I just want to make the point, if I may, that we've been, you know, very, very, very cautious about looking at making long-term decisions about COVID-19 and how COVID-19 should be looked at through the lens of choice, through the lens of vouchers, through the lens of other opportunities. I just would ask us all to be very cautious about applying long-term thinking around COVID-19 and the decisions that districts have had to make to stay viable during the pandemic. Please don't use that as an excuse to make bad legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there more? Not seeing hands up. Thank you very much. Next is.
Okay, next I was looking for Cynthia Finn, and I did not see her in the list. So I went down to our next elected official, James O'Connell. I don't see him in the list. So I am looking for Kevin Grady, and I did see him in the list. So did he just raise his hand? Yes, he did. Okay. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Grady.
Welcome, Mr. Grady.
If you're muted.
See ya.
Hello, can everybody hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, my screen went blank there for just a second. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to give you some testimony today. For the record, my name is Kevin Grady, and I'm a 22-year resident of the town of Hooksett, New Hampshire. And
Great. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Scott Gross. I've promoted you. Are you prepared to speak?
Yes, I am.
Welcome, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Scott Gross, and I'm a resident of Goffstown, New Hampshire. I was in the private sector as a manager for an insurance company for almost 30 years, and I've been a business administrator for SAU 19 for the last 2.5 years. I'm going to focus my comments on two areas, one as a business administrator, and secondly, just as a taxpayer. On page 3 of the bill, it talks about the computation of local education funds. And I first also want to thank Representative Verbeil for a very good presentation and his work on this bill. I will say, though, that as a business administrator, someone who has to actually look at the law and apply the law to formulas, I found it very confusing. And when you talk about, that would be lines 5 through 11 on page 3, I came up with very different numbers when I ran those numbers. And I would suggest that if you do proceed with this bill, that you use common terms that are used with the DRA. So if you're talking about a local education tax effort, then please use those words. I'm just simply trying to make it easier for those like myself who might have to apply your formulas. I wasn't sure also if food service would be subtracted from this, because you talked about, in the bill, it talks about monies raised by taxation. I think of a total appropriation, which includes general funds, grant funds, and also food service funds, and it was that was absent from it. So again, I would ask you just to put more clarity around that one, because again, your numbers and the numbers that I ran, they were vastly different. So again, that was one thing. On page 4, this will be line number 28, conduct an annual audit of all accounts of eligible students. If you could put more clarity, what type of audit? Is that a financial audit? If so, is it an independent financial audit? And again, I know those comments have been made before about anytime we're using any type of taxpayer money. I do believe that there should be independent financial audits of all entities involved. As now speaking as a taxpayer or just as a private citizen, I always worry about bills and unintended consequences, and this would be a question for Representative Reveal. If hypothetically I was someone who loves sports, and I am someone who loves sports, would it be possible for students or for schools to recruit, say, certain basketball players, football players, et cetera, to go to another public school or private school? And if so, could an unintended consequence of this bill mean that there could be recruitment of athletes going to local schools, meaning that could a town like Goffstown High School, could we recruit the best football players in the state? And would that monies from those individual school districts go to us and simply for that purpose? So I will leave it at that. I do believe that this bill, although I think the intentions might be good by Representative Reveal, I just think there's a lot of issues that arise that I think need a lot of clarity. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Scott, and appreciate your attention in providing us lines and page numbers and issues which it points people in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Next speaker.
Okay, next we have Esther Kennedy, and you've been promoted. Are you there, Esther?
Thank you, everyone, for taking my testimony. Today, I will be speaking to you on behalf as an individual, but I do represent the Guilford School District as a student service director, and I also am on Portsmouth City Council as a city councilor. I come to you with questions about the bill. In listening to the evidence at the beginning of the presentation by Representative Reveal, he talked about the special ed, and as you know, as a student service director, I'm very concerned with that. But as a student service director, I'm also concerned with many of our children who are on 504 plans, and that has not been discussed. I'm also concerned with many of our children. As a student service director, we have students in ESOL, and that has not been discussed. I'm also concerned with the fact that, we talk about students that have stable families that can make decisions about this and use the funds. But who makes the decisions for foster care children when it comes to looking at education for this program? What I did not see in the bill, I did not see anything that talks about how are we going to evaluate whether their educational experience is successful. We talk about finances in this bill, but we don't talk about what the outcomes are going to be for students that go to placements that we have no knowledge of. And lastly, what happens when a student goes and only goes for a couple months or ends up in a situation and because of their behaviors, they are kicked out of their situation and go back to the school that will accept all children, our public schools? What happens to the funding? How does that work? I don't see anything like that in here. When we see our charter schools, many of our schools have students that go to charter schools or have gone to charter schools. Unfortunately, some of our charter schools accept students and then the students don't meet their expectation, and quite often it's behaviorally. And then they get sent back to the public school. So what happens to all that money? Who takes care of that? And I'd like to finish today with talking about that 5%. I truly believe that that money that our taxpayers have raised by their local property funds, they have chosen the school they wanted. They come and vote. They come and pick who they have as administrators. And whether you're in Guilford or in Portsmouth or in other parts of the state, people are very active in their community. But one of the things that I saw in the bill is that you're taking 5% to take care of these funds. Is that an unfunded mandate? I'm just asking. Thank you for your time. I know we're in hard times, and I'm really proud of the Guilford School for being full in since September, and we're doing great jobs with our students. So I'm hoping that we can get these questions answered, and I'm hoping that you think of all children. Thank you for your day, or for your time today. Have a good day.
Ms. Kennedy, and you're right on the money with 3 minutes. Good job.
Okay, next we have Margaret Dry. Margaret, you've been promoted. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Thank you very much. For the record, I am Margaret Dry and I live in Plainfield. My family saved our town of Plainfield over $400,000 by homeschooling all 9 of our children through high school. From the time our oldest started high school to the time our youngest graduated, the tuition at our area agreement school, which was Lebanon High School, jumped from $7,300 to $15,600. At an average of about $11,000 a year, times 9 kids, times 4 years of high school each, our savings to the town took place while we were still paying our entire tax bill with no tax relief. While all the while, Plainfield families who sent students to Kimball Union Academy, which is a private high school here in Plainfield, received a Plainfield exemption in their tuition to KUA. For decades, our town has been voting at town meeting for a tax exemption to KUA pursuant to RSA 72:23. KUA, in turn, has given tuition credits to Plainfield students who opt to attend there. The amount depends on the number of students attending every given year, and the way the amount is determined has been modified and refined over the years. It's varied from a blanket $1,800 a student in 1993, for example, to a range of $1,300 to $9,000 in 2007, when it was more needs-based. The main purpose of the grant was to encourage Plainfield students to choose KUA and save the town the tuition to Lebanon High School. Here's what the Plainfield KUA Study Committee wrote in 1997 about this option. Considering the long history of the use of this tax exemption by students in this town and the large number who have benefited from it, this committee would like to ask the school board, the selectmen, and the Concord delegation to seek ways to expand such educational options for students choosing other alternative education. That was 2 decades ago. The local education savings account described in this bill is one of the options we've been looking for here in Plainfield since 1997. It could serve well in towns that do not have a high school by offering an incentive to families to try other educational alternatives, thus saving tuition costs for the town. Our family's story is proof that family choices can be a financial benefit to a town, although our choice was made without the help of an educational savings account. Think how much more benefit there could be to individual towns if they had a tool like this and were allowed to make decisions to encourage these opportunities. Please vote this bill ought to pass. My written testimony has been submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Last time I was at KUA was when I was playing football against my academy students. It's a good school.
Okay, so I was looking for Speaker Louise Spencer. I could not find her, and Rob Spencer could not find them. So I looked on to Mary Wilkie, and she has been promoted. Go ahead, Mary. You need to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Mary Wilkie. I'm a retired teacher and a taxpayer from Concord, and I'm speaking in opposition to this bill. Under HB 607, a student from Concord taking an ESA would be entitled to more than $8,000 a year from our local school budget. And as I understand it, another approximately $4,000 in adequacy money. So a family with 3 children could be getting $36,000 a year to be used for home or private schools that provide no public oversight as to their quality. This is money paid by taxpayers like me, and I would expect to have some reliable and objective way to measure whether the money is being used effectively. Supporters say that we should trust the parents, that they're the best people to assess whether their children are making appropriate progress. And if something isn't right, they'll take the money and go elsewhere. That's a lot of money to just go on trust. I once taught a 5th grade student who had been homeschooled up until then. She couldn't add and subtract whole numbers, and she was reading at a 1st grade level. She did not have a learning disability. She simply had not been taught. If her parents had been the best judge of her progress, they would have changed course long before 5th grade. Now, I know there are excellent homeschools, and I really don't mean this as an attack on homeschools, because I know people who do a really good job. But, and I imagine people might say that my example is a fluke, but how do we know? There's no objective data collected about how collected by the state about the performance of homeschooled or privately educated children. A parent satisfaction survey conducted by the organization that hands out the scholarships is not enough. I know that sometimes children in public school fail too, but there are accountability measures in place, including statewide assessment results that are collected and publicly disclosed. Taxpayers with concerns about the quality of their public schools can weigh in and push for change via their elected school boards. If our money is going to be used to send students to homeschools or private schools, then those same accountability measures should apply to them. And those who are providing excellent education shouldn't balk at this. And just one other issue that came up earlier when one of the representatives asked about discrimination issues. And I believe that Representative Verville kind of focused on the child in that situation and was saying, well, children will be able to find what suits them and what works for them. But I'm looking at it from my point of view as a taxpayer. If I understand that private religious schools are allowed by law to discriminate based on disability, or the other way to say that is the laws preventing discrimination based on disability don't apply to private religious schools. They can also discriminate against students who are gay. So if I had a child with a disability or a child who was gay, my tax dollars would be subsidizing a school that my child would not be welcome in. And I find that very troubling as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mary. Appreciate it.
Okay, next we have David Doherty. You've been promoted, so you can unmute. There you go.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Ladd, members of the Education Committee. Thank you for your time today. I'll be brief. I wanted to register my opposition to this bill. I appreciate Representative Verville's presentation and the time he put into it, although I do have to respectfully disagree with some of the points that he made. As you may remember, when I identified myself last week on HB 20, I'm a former school board member in Pembroke, and I'm currently on the Budget Committee. I'm not speaking for either group today, I'm just representing myself. But during my service on those committees, I've found how difficult it is to keep public schools solvent in the circumstances we're in New Hampshire, where public schools are woefully underfunded. So I'm probably going to oppose anything that is going to further reduce funding for those public schools, particularly bills that take public money and give them to students to use in private schools or for other educational purposes. I have problems, as been stated by many other speakers, with the accountability issue, the discrimination issue. But my real concern is the funding issue. And I'd just like to encourage the committee to look at bills that might help the underfunded public schools in New Hampshire come up to some kind of fair and equitable funding for all students. That's pretty much why I'm here today, and I appreciate your time, and that's pretty much all I have to say about this. So I just encourage an ITL vote on HB 607. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Representative. And Representative Moffett would like to ask you a question, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, Honorable Dave Doherty. You mentioned discrimination, and several others today have mentioned discrimination, schools that discriminate. And there's a couple of all-girls schools. There's one in Antrim. There's one up in Jefferson. Do you think these are discriminatory schools?
I'm not familiar with those schools, Representative. So I guess I can't comment on them, but I do know that there are many private schools that have qualifications for students. I actually have worked in private schools in the past, and I know that they don't take any student that applies for any number of different reasons. And I find that that's fine. That's within their right to do that. But public schools have to accept all students and educate all students. And I think that that's a real distinction that we have to look at carefully. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but thank you for asking it.
Yes, thank you for your answer. My sense is from hearing, you've mentioned discrimination and others have mentioned that. My sense is it's a pejorative, and that's just my concern here, is that if someone wanted, the girls' school in Antrim is very small for special needs girls, and if that's a school that's the best school for a young girl, the notion that it's discriminatory because it doesn't take boys, that was my question for you and for others, because you're not the first one that's brought that up. So thank you for your answer.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dave. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Next, we have Becky Wilson from the School Board Association. You've been promoted. You can unmute.
Good afternoon, everybody. I actually had registered to testify for the New Hampshire School Boards Association in anticipation of Barrett Christina not being available, but I believe he is available and has his hand raised. If you could promote him.
Okay, he wasn't scheduled. Is it okay to go ahead?
Barrett? Yeah.
Christine Barrett.
Yes, that's fine.
Barrett Christina, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Christina. You can go ahead and speak.
Thank you very much, Representative Hobson, Chairman Ladd, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. This is Barrett Christina, Executive Director, New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are opposed to House Bill 607. I'd like to comment or respond to a couple of comments that were made by previous speakers. Representative Verville, you stated that there are no public schools in New Hampshire. The New Hampshire Supreme Court has said otherwise. The Claremont decision is pretty clear about what the obligations of the state are to fund a public education, to include accountability measures within public education, so on and so forth. You know, as reading through the bill, it dawned on me, it's not a direct analogy, but it's somewhat similar. We had something similar to this when the charter school bill was first enacted, I believe in the mid-90s, RSA 194B. That bill contained that law does contain a provision whereby local voters through the warrant process and warrant article process can adopt and implement a charter school within an existing public school. Voters, after that bill was adopted, voters, ran the numbers, looked at the process, looked at the programs, and realized they were going to be paying for the same system twice. That was why local voters, to my knowledge, have not approved any charter schools across the state. I know we have a couple. The one in Derry, next charter school is within, I believe, the Derry, one of the buildings. I don't know how that was approved though, but we've been through this before. Voters looked at it, they ran the numbers, and they realized that they were going to be funding the same system twice. So I looked through this bill and I'm thinking to myself, we're going to be giving $13,000 for students to actually leave the public school to fund another option, whether or not that's homeschooling, whether or not that's attending the private school. It doesn't make good fiscal sense. It doesn't make good policy sense. And we've tried it once before with the charter school, when charter schools were first being implemented in New Hampshire. And the last comment that I would like to make to Representative Moffitt, you mentioned that it's a pejorative when opponents of these voucher bills use the discrimination aspect of the private schools are allowed to, or the private schools are allowed to discriminate. And you said that's a pejorative. The other pejorative that is common through all of these voucher bills and all of these bills seeking to privatize public education is that the money should follow the child. The money does follow the child through the funding system that we have in New Hampshire. It's called the statewide educational property tax. If you live in Deerfield, you pay the SWEPT, and that's going to fund the Deerfield school system. If that family has 3 children and they up and move from Deerfield and move to Hooksett, guess what? They're paying their SWEPT when they move to Hooksett. That's the money that we use. That's the funding system that the legislature has chosen to use to fund our public schools to meet its Claremont obligations of funding public schools, which do exist. So those are my comments on the bill. It's bad policy. There's no fiscal note. I mean, why we can't get fiscal notes on these bills before they're coming to hearing is significantly frustrating, especially in times when taxpayers are crying for property tax relief, especially at a time when our schools are in flux due to COVID. So NHSBA is opposed to House Bill 607. Those are just a couple of the reasons that NHSBA opposes this bill. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the School Boards Association? No, I don't see any hands. Thank you very much, Barry.
Okay, we have Lisa White. She is superintendent of the Monadnock School Region. You've been promoted.
Hi, yes, thank you. Thank you, Representative Chair Ladd, for the opportunity to address the committee. My name is Lisa Witt. I'm the superintendent of schools in the Monadnock Regional School District. I did want to echo one of Barrett Christina's comments and also the BA from Goffstown regarding the calculations. I ran my own calculations and they also seemed not comparable to what Representative Verville had listed. So at the very least, the mechanism described in the bill is confusing. And I share the frustration with not having a fiscal note to analyze prior to coming to hearing. Representative Verville also mentioned when he introduced the bill that a student wouldn't be included in the ADM, so the adequacy it could be diverted to the educational savings account. But I didn't see a provision in the bill that actually requires a student to withdraw from the public school system to actually access the funds. So a student could still be enrolled in the public school system and accessing the public schools resources while at the same time using funds for other educational services, which we heard could be tuition, could be online, could be transportation, could be tutoring. A district would still be required to provide services for the enrolled student. So for each student who remains in the public schools, for whom there is a voucher account that is being accessed, the funds raised by public taxation are on top of that, which the district would already be raising to educate that student, which I think Barrett also highlighted in his testimony is could be a costly endeavor. I also want to be clear, Representative Verville, that the Department of Education does not accredit schools. There is a process for public school approval, and there is a process for private school approval. There's actually 2 tracks of private school approval. Private schools can be approved for attendance, and they can be approved for their programs. And in New Hampshire, the number of private schools that are approved for attendance only outnumbers those that are approved programmatically 2 to 1. And so, but in those private schools that are approved for programs, in order to be approved as a program, they have to seek accreditation from an outside agency as part of that. And so just to be clear, there is a difference between approval and accreditation and what that means in New Hampshire. Additionally, I wanted to address the issue of discrimination. And just to be clear that private schools do not have to follow anti-discrimination laws or the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act in their admissions procedures. So I've heard it said before, and I completely agree that many private schools are inclusive and do not discriminate. But I think it's unconscionable to think that our state would allow public dollars to perpetuate discriminatory practices by institutions who can use any criteria that they wish to pick and choose who they will or will not admit as students. All of that, based upon all that, I would urge you to reject or to move that this bill is inexpedient to legislate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do you want to take any questions, or are you good?
I'm happy to take questions if anybody would like to ask.
Questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Lisa.
Okay, we have one attendee who I believe is not, oh, I'm sorry, did I get everybody? Oh, Brian Hawkins. Yes, Brian, you've been promoted?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, Brian, I'm noting that you signed up in support. Did you hit the wrong button?
Oh, I did hit the wrong button.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't trying to throw you for a loop there.
No, you didn't.
Thank you very much. For the record, Brian Hawkins. I'm here representing NEA New Hampshire in opposition to the bill. Although I will say I am here because was mentioned earlier, you know, our members care deeply about public education and every child, and that is why I'm here today. I will be very brief because most of the previous speakers covered our concerns. First and foremost was the tremendous potential cost of this, especially to a small school district. This could be disproportionately a large cost. And at a time when, you know, earlier today, there was a hearing in House Finance about, you know, supporting school districts during the pandemic for the drop in adequacy that they're facing in this particular time. There are so many financial pressures on school districts that adding this to it, we think would not be good policy for the state of New Hampshire or for its school districts, especially since it transfers both state and local aid. I would also reiterate some of the accountability issues. Very concerned, for example, on page 4, line 1, that the department may conduct an audit of an eligible student's account as needed to ensure compliance with this chapter. And also that on the same page, it's the scholarship organization that is auditing accounts of students. I think that probably belongs either at least with the state or with you know, a public entity, because it is public dollars that is being used. And then finally, a lot of questions around the process of adopting this. So, you know, how this would work in a cooperative school district. I think that could be very confusing, especially if there is a larger town in a cooperative school district that adopts this, when, you know, smaller town in that district may not want it. I think that could be very confusing as to how that could work, and potentially an even greater burden on that smaller community. And finally, you know, I think if this is going to be put on a warrant, warrants include fiscal notes. They include as to what it's going to cost. And I don't see that in this bill. There's no, how will we give local taxpayers an idea of what approving something like this could potentially cost? I'm not sure there is a good way to do it, and the bill certainly doesn't outline that. With that, I'll close my testimony and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Brian Hawkins. Are there questions for Brian?
Don't see any.
Don't see any. Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a person who's been waiting in the waiting room. I believe she's a member of the public. Nicolette Bala, sorry, the name cut off at the end. So if you're there, go ahead and speak up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
There we go. Hi, my name is Nicolette Gallagrano. I'm in Dover, New Hampshire. I am a product of New Hampshire's fantastic public schools. I went to Conval. I love that school. I love the education that I was given as a benefit of where my parents happened to live. And I think that my difficulty with this bill and why I oppose this bill is because of that experience, because I had such a great public school experience. And I think I'm disturbed by the idea that folks would move to a community, be involved in it, and then take their kids right out of the school. I think that our public schools are a pride and something that we should be investing in every opportunity. And something that our Constitution understood, right? That our founders understood and valued. And I'd like to see us pursuing it from the angle of how we ensure every student has access to the best education in the public school, not how do we get kids into special schools outside of the public school system. There have been a lot of questions, a lot of testimony. One of my questions is actually for Representative Verville. One of the things that he mentioned very early on in his presentation was suggesting that kids who are in a school can't change to another school. That's not been my experience in Dover. I have a child in the school, and I asked if I could put him into another school, and they accommodated that for the elementary school. So I don't think that that's a statewide concern. So I was surprised by that suggestion. I imagine I don't have the opportunity to ask questions, but I did want to bring it up because my neighborhood school is not the school that my elementary student is in. And otherwise I oppose this. I think we should be moving in a different direction. We should be looking at the commission that was put together and the suggestion there. And they certainly didn't suggest that we should divert public money into private schools. There's a reason for that. And I hope that we can do better for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicolette.
Okay, lastly, we have Carl Ladd from the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ladd.
Welcome, Dr. Ladd. Maybe not.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for taking my testimony. This is the third time that I've signed up to speak, and somehow I don't make it on the list. I'm starting to get a complex. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of House Ed. And certainly thank you, Representative Verville, for your testimony and your presentation. While we understand the intent of the bill is to expand opportunities, we really feel that this bill is only providing opportunities for some rather than all. NHSAA is going to oppose 607 primarily because it raises so many concerns and questions I'm not going to go back over all of the questions and concerns that were raised, but a couple of things that I really would like to respond to. One of the things that the Representative Verville spoke about was the best interests of the student and ensuring that we do whatever is in the best interest of the student. And if that's going to be the metric that we use, then shouldn't that be written into any definition of what the content of an adequate education should be and how we then fund it? Because the best interest of a student is not the same as an adequate education, which is what the Constitution requires and what is being funded. So local school districts go above and beyond what the state determines to be adequate, but the state does not. So I'm interested to know if we can start talking about costing out the best interests of students rather than just adequacy. And then the other piece, I'm going to submit written testimony that goes line by line with questions. But one of the things that keeps being raised, and I don't think we talk enough about this, we talk about public education as a monopoly, that school choice is somehow going to drive competition, and that competition is the foundation of a market economy. If public education were a commodity, then I would say yes, that argument fits. However, public education is not a commodity to be traded on the open market. It's a civic and community responsibility to its citizens. We've enshrined that in the New Hampshire Constitution more so than other states. It's a contract that we sign between the communities and the school system. Part of that civic contract that we have is a public education that benefits all students, not just those who can afford it, and not just those who have the ability to access these alternative opportunities, because not all students will be able to. There aren't many private schools in the North Country. You're not going to be able to get a lot of kids out of a public school and have them go somewhere else. It's simply not going to happen. So we're providing opportunities for some, but not for all. And the last comment that I'll make is really, I question the haste of this bill, in addition to all of the other school voucher program bills and school choice things that are being kind of pushed through. Is there a reason why we are why we're creating such far-reaching policy considerations on such a short-term basis? If these are bills that are truly interested in the public good and public education students and families and taxpayers, then we should be seeing fiscal notes attached to these. And there should be, I think, maybe a more comprehensive approach to how we're looking at it. To some extent, these bills are being a knee-jerk reaction to COVID, because I'm hearing a lot of testimony in support of these bills because of COVID-related school closures and things like that. I'm not sure that in the middle of a pandemic is the best time for us to completely upend public school policy and completely change it without more careful thought and some processes in place. If we're really interested in expanding opportunities and choices, then it would seem to make sense that we should come up with a path forward that's agreed to by everyone. And right now, this doesn't seem to do it. So because the bill raises so many questions, and I think it's really being pushed forward too quickly without enough time for real consideration and debate, we respectfully urge you to vote no on HB 607. Thanks very much for your time, and I'll certainly take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ladd. I apologize if you've ended up last on the list.
No problem. I don't mind being last. I just don't want to not be called.
Well, okay. I'm curious to know, when did you sign up? Because that might be part of what I'm seeing here. Some of them have been signed up for quite a while.
I signed up over the weekend.
Okay,
We do have one more speaker.
okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
We do have one more speaker. Representative Josh O'Kella, you've been promoted. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee, for hearing my testimony. I am a co-sponsor on this bill, so I would like to thank Representative Verville for bringing this issue forward. And as a part of this hearing, I heard some questions being raised, which I thought I might bring a perspective to the committee's attention. It's often been mentioned in these in the testimonies I've heard today that there is a need for the cost, a fiscal note on this bill, and I question whether or not that is even possible with legislation that is enabling, because the cost of maintaining the Department of Education, staff, et cetera, will depend greatly on how many people or how many towns choose to adopt this legislation. And if there are no towns, like a previous speaker hinted might be, then there would be potentially no cost to any of the towns or to the Department of Education. And so I just wanted to bring that to the committee's attention as possibly not something that would hinder a vote going forward, and whether or not you get a fiscal note, because it's possible that it could range from 0 to any amount of money. So thank you for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you very much, Representative O'Kella.
Okay. Oh, we have a question from the.
There's a question. Representative Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking the question. You're from Fremont, I believe. So what do you think, since any homeschooled student would be eligible for this if Fremont adopted it at any time, let's say Fremont adopted it next year, how many homeschool students do you estimate there to be in Fremont, and what would be the cost to your district?
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for asking the question. In my district, as was previously mentioned, it can be hard to quantify how many people are homeschoolers, but definitely there are more homeschoolers this year than previous. I think we asked the school, so I'm a part of the budget committee in my town, and so I believe we asked the school this year, I think it was me that asked, how many people had moved to homeschooling or other options because of the schooling challenges this year. And I believe the amount of money is, or the amount of people is around 10 to 15 people in our town. And there's also, in my town, we are have a tuition contract with another school for our high school, and we are in the process of coming to the end of that contract and want to explore other options because of the place that we are tuitioning to are very expensive. And so we are looking at our different options, and I would like to be able to propose some options like this bill in our town. So I definitely think that our town current cost per pupil is around $15,000 per student, but that's including special education. So it's hard to know what the number would be minus special education, because we don't actually deal with that in the budget committee. So thank you for the question, though.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Rep. Luno.
Representative Luno, do you have a question?
Yes, with a question for Representative Yukila. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative. You talked about looking for options, and I was wondering if you took a look at any of the recommendations offered by the School Funding Commission that would improve not only student equity by for your town of Fremont, but also tax equity, or equity for your taxpayers, and reduce your tax rate by nearly $5 per thousand.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. We actually have formed a committee to look at all of our options, and that committee work is still in progress. So I'm not actually on that committee, so I don't know what all the options they have considered, but they are considering a number of options in a number of school districts, which we may tuition our students to. But thank you for the question.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Representative. Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Representative. Okay, we're going to close this hearing now. We have no further questions.
We just got one.
Oh, we just got one?
Yep. Mr. Tom St. Martin. So I'll just promote him. Okay.
Yeah, we have one more. Just raised a hand. Tom.
Mr. St. Martin.
Tom St. Martin.
I need to unmute. Am I live now?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. This is my first remote testimony, in case you can't tell. So I'd like to thank the House and the staff for providing this mode of communication. Realizing that I signed up late, so I'm coming in as tail-end Charlie, and I have a little bit of revision to do as I testify. So please forgive me if I'm a little bit disjoint, but I will try very hard to be brief and to not repeat things that have been said already. I am Tom St. Martin. I am from Candia. I am a former state rep, having served back in the 90s, though I am appearing here today only representing myself. I am not a teacher. I have no relatives who are teachers, no descendants in public or private school. I am a taxpayer. I have been, and I continue to be, cheerfully willing to pay my taxes, though I have no direct benefit. I simply support public education answerable to the public as the bedrock of our society. I'm the product of both parochial and public schools, including a 2-room schoolhouse that once served 6 grades. I have known many fine teachers, both public and private, as well as school board members. I thought it was very interesting to hear the claim that there are no public schools. I assure you, Candia has a public school funded with public taxes from each and every taxpayer, and with public oversight both through district meetings and a publicly elected school board and a budget committee. I appreciate Representative Vervil's characterization of our school as excellent. Apparently our public oversight is working. The question becomes, why aren't we trying to figure out why some districts do well, and how can we apply that to other schools? I'm disappointed that there appear to be few attempts to directly improve our public education system. Instead, we focus on kicking the can down the road to the perceived panacea of competition. Please note that I'm not advocating anything for the perennial school funding issue. I'd like to see us focus as a state on identifying best practices rather than rely on voucher programs to evolve our approach. I'm also a little surprised at HB 607 as well as HB 20 for establishing another bureaucratic entity with no apparent public oversight to administer public funds. Granted, the DOE exists, but I know that they are overworked. I also do not consider them public oversight in the way that, for example, a local school board is. So the details of financial audits are blurry. I see no detail of any assessment of outcomes or programs as a whole. It doesn't seem to increase any efficiency, and I would suggest that it probably will result in higher private school tuitions and administration costs. It would allow public funds to be expended on religious schools. I realize that that has been mentioned before, but I would point out again that that discrimination could result in discrimination among religions. For example, there are a multitude of religions in New Hampshire, and largely for this reason, New Hampshire has a long tradition of not funding religious schools, nor, I believe, is it allowed under our Constitution. Not only is discrimination possible on the basis of religion for schools as a whole, but it is certainly possible on the basis of individuals. And this would be an issue of possible discrimination, not only from private organizations, but also from the scholarship organization itself. Again, there is no public oversight. And that, in my mind, is the key problem with this bill and, for the record, with HB 20. I note that there is no financial note attached, as other people have said. I do want to mention that Representative Kirk, who is a well-known fiscal conservative, in the past did provide a summary of a similar bill a session or two ago, and his summary might be instructive to look at in the absence of a fiscal note, which I certainly hope is forthcoming. I would like to thank you all again for your time, and I appreciate the fact that you let me get in, even though I ran in under the wire. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. St. Martin. With that, we are going to close our session, our hearing for today. And it's right now about 8 minutes of 4. We had today actually presenting, I count around 16 or so. And we had 36 supporting it. This is the sheets that we were handed. 36 supporting, 658 opposed, 2 neutral, and 16 supposedly testifying. We got 16 testifying. I don't know if they're the same ones, but the numbers.
7 added opposed and 1 added support. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 added opposed and 1 support and a couple of neutral.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I had my hand up, but I was muted. I didn't know if the Honorable Tom St. Martin was going to take a question.
We've closed it now, Representative Luno.
Okay.
I didn't hear anything. I apologize if I.
No, I was muted, but I had my hand. So.
With that, I think what we're going to do is just close down the day. We're at the point now where it's just about 4 o'clock. And so I will adjourn this meeting. And the next meeting we have will be on Thursday, where we'll pick up HB 20. That's on the docket for pretty much, the entire morning. And we may, if we have time following that, do some exacting of bills that have been heard and we haven't dealt with already. So with that, this meeting is adjourned.
Well, you have some questions. You have some questions here.
Wait, I did ask, well, for one thing, has Representative Verville become a member of our committee? He's still here. And also, if you remember, I asked if you had any idea of what time we would be ending next Thursday, because I do have my vaccine appointment at 5, so I have to leave by 4. Do you think we will be done by 4, or should I get a sub?
I can't give you a good answer on that, Representative Cornell. It depends upon the number of people that we get this list the morning of the testimony for that bill. So it's different than what we had from the previous day when we had it on Thursday. The list is, the goalposts are moving all over the field here. So I just can't give you that answer right now. I'm hoping that we could have this done in the morning, but it's something where if you do have a doctor's appointment, and it's different.
At 5.
At 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
I'd like to know the name of that doctor. Maybe I'd use him.
No, it's to get my vaccine shot. I'm getting vaccine
Oh, you got,
at 5.
congratulations. I can't give you an answer to that, Patricia. I just, I don't know, but I would suggest that we will be done, hopefully, by that time.
Okay.
If we get that, we won't be doing any exacting if we go that way. We'll be trying to get out of here.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative
Mr. Chairman,
Ellison.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
do you have any sense of what our schedule looks like next week, or is that still up in the air?
I do have some rough ideas. That's something that's my homework for this evening. But I can give you what I have right now, Representative Ellison. I find my draft sheet here. Buried and stuff. St. Louis a second.
Okay.
Whoever said computers would stop the paperwork? Huh. No.
Well, Mr. Chairman, tomorrow would be fine if you think that you might have more information at that point.
Yeah, I've got to get that in tomorrow. I can tell you that we have several bills we have yet to address. The special education bill is one of them. I think that, what was that, 613? Yes. That's the bill where we're waiting for an amendment to come in where we can possibly address this catastrophic aid. The special ed component that's on that bill is catastrophic aid. And we're looking at a possibility of trying to get that insurance pool to try to help districts dealing with the extravagant costs associated with that program. Let's see, we have 608 to deal with. That's the bill that's relative to the formula for determining funding for education.
Yeah.
And there's been a couple bills that we have not addressed to this point. So I would suggest that, and of course, then we're going to have executive sessions on both HB 20 along the line and the bill we just did today. So, and 110 has to come up. That's the bill that deals with the money from the DOE, the quarterly payments going to the municipality rather than the school district or the district. We have to address that bill as well. Oh, yeah, and here's exactly, and I do have this draft sheet here in front of me now. So on Thursday, we're dealing with HB 20, as you all probably know, when we recessed that bill. Tuesday, the following week, we'll have an executive session starting out with 613. That's the special ed bill. Then we're going to have a hearing somewhere along the way on 608. And we're going to try to get 608 through exec session and HB 20 if we're ready for it, or if we've got the hearing done, and hopefully we do. Then on Thursday, that's the 18th, that's the day we have to have everything reported by. That's an early bill. We'd still have 607. And then we have another bill, 320, which is the civics test requirement. So, and some of those which we haven't done are not early bills, so we're not going to be put to the wall to get those things done. We can hold those over. So it looks like most of the hard work is going to be done on that Tuesday of the next week, and at least the morning there of the Thursday.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, question for the process for Thursday. It's my understanding that we had, 100 people that had signed up previously. I'm assuming if they're there, they will have an opportunity. And anyone then who, under the new rules, they have to sign up by 8 o'clock in order to also be included in the queue of those presenters. Is that right?
Well, I also understand that if somebody is coming in like they used to do with the pink card and drop by and we're having a hearing, we listen to them. I'm not going to say to anybody, you cannot testify. So if somebody comes in and puts their hand up and gets into that queue, we don't have them necessarily on the, whatever you want to call the color of the sheet is, the sheet that we get handed on those that want to testify. I'm going to let that person testify.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
On 20 where we have a 2-minute rule. I tried to impose something. We gave the 3 minutes today, but some people went over by a minute or so. They're closing their presentations down.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
I would like to know when you expect that we'll get fiscal notes on some of these things. I know that as people have testified, it's hard to make any specific number, but certainly in the past, the LBA and the DOE has made fiscal notes based on estimates and also on statistics from other states that have incorporated a similar thing to see what percentage of students actually are enrolled in these programs. So I have a hard time voting on these when I don't know how it's going to affect my local school district in terms of money. I don't know how it's going to affect the local taxpayers. So could you put some pressure on to see if we can get some fiscal notes?
Yeah, I've been trying to put that pressure on. It's just this compressed schedule that we've been within, that there are a number of bills which we had more, of these early bills that had fiscal notes or needed fiscal notes. And the department is receiving this stuff, and I can honestly say, and I've seen that people like Caitlin are over there just, trying, and Mark is working with her, trying to get this stuff pushed out. In fact, some of the stuff still has to come, and from there it goes to the LBA. And some of these bills have not even arrived there yet. So it's one I've had the question to, and I recognize that in some cases, we may be just dealing with the policy side, like we're trying to do in the school building aid right now, the policy side, and then the fiscal stuff is going to have to be taken care of in the next committee when we do have more accurate information. It's also like we have in the House when we don't have all the quarterly reports back, when we're looking at our revenues, and then all of a sudden it goes to the Senate, and of course they have that information and everything gets updated a little bit over there. So I will again make some contacts to see and try to move them along. But quite honestly, they're underwater, and this remote situation isn't helping matters at all.
Well, thank you. I just, I really have a hard time with that. I've never, in the 3-4 terms now that I've been here, I've never had an instance, I think, that I haven't been able to at least have an estimate of fiscal impact on my local communities.
Yeah.
Thank you for pushing it.
So without, are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a good evening. And we'll see you on Thursday.
We're muted.